Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yes, welcome everyone. We're back on time. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. We're back on time. We're on time. Hopefully I was on time. So yeah, I just like to big up everyone. Big up the family them. And yeah, let's get on. Success, failure, and recovery. I know you guys are probably thinking, what the hell is he on today? And yeah, this topic kind of stems from a conversation that's happened earlier on today. And I was like, I was like, oh damn, it's Wednesday. It's topic day, and I haven't really got nothing to be planned. And yeah, as I was having such an organic conversation with someone, and this came up: success, failure, and recovery. So I thought, that sounds like an interesting topic. Yeah, come from. Let me just big it up. Yes, big up my family them in the building. Yes, yes. Big up Nas in the building. So yeah, I thought to myself, my brother. I thought to myself, like, as I was having this organic conversation, what is success? What is failure? And recovery? Are people like, so I just thought, let's just throw that out there, maybe as a collective, as a tough individual, as a maybe a warden, and stuff like that. You get where I'm coming from? Yeah, yeah. Big up, love. So yeah, that's that's the essence of today's topic, basically. Let's try to go for that. Anything else, all conversations are welcome on this as usual. But that was the theme, and I thought to myself, you know what? Let me have this conversation out loud with the people. Then we share my thoughts with people. So, what is your thoughts of success, failure, and recovery? Are we them allowed to, as a what on a hand? Do you think the failure and success can we recover as well? That's another one. That's another the topic. So we could break it down, have a conversation, and put the link out in the chat from early. So if anyone wants to come in and get the ball rolling, can. Pardon me as well, in your Turkey interior to them so if you hear me coughing or sneezing, you know what time it is. Yes, again, no, it's not COVID-19. So yeah, and that's what I thought. So let me check something out quickly while no one wants to jump in. It can. Just bear with me, right as well. Sorry, I was just coughing. I was just checking something. I was just throwing up another link, seeing if, our second platform that we do stream from, if it was up and active. Well, I just got an email sent. It's kind of crazy. So, again, Molari, I do apologize. I do apologize. Yeah, I'm coming from. Yes, but Scandinavian brothers are وسهلا تطوير ريال. So anyway, yeah, anyone at the donation to Kubir Smantam, what is Monag, Herman, Yokovki, Kapusam Karya, Dib Muskusa Elim Karya, the type of conversation as well. And even what the Nahanatan card, Mountain debated in a Simorne. Do you actually think, San Concorno, that's another thing as well. And I don't know how to say healing in Somali. I totally forgot. How do you say that? No, كلمات عني مسكحتي قالوا يقدوا لي. So yeah, that's what I was thinking today. There's a video I want to play as well. Hopefully they come up on a couple of people's thoughts on this. Yeah, one from.
Hello?
Hello, Yonis.
Yeah, hi.
How you doing, mate?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
How you been? Yonis Isman. The name's
Yeah,
so
hi.
twice.
Yeah, it was kind of a mistake though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So talk to me,
yeah.
man. Talk to me. How you been?
I'm doing good, alhamdulillah. I just came out of university. You know, the
How was it?
workload in postgraduate is a lot more than undergraduate.
I wouldn't have a clue. I've never been to uni, mate. So
Uh,
talk to me about it.
so like
Talk to me.
basically, you know, like it was quite interesting and all that. I learned how to do. I touched on the corporate social responsibility and um, yes, I think capital decision making and some other modular. I believe it's
Okay,
finance management.
okay, okay. So I was gonna tell you are you looking for a specific role in accounting, or you just general? You don't mind me asking.
To be fair, yeah, like you know, I always like auditing because you know, I always like to you know problem solve. You know, essentially, I like to get to I like to get to the bottom of a problem.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like for instance, like you know, following up lines of inquiries and all that into something that is not right or appears to not be right. You
Mm-hmm.
know, or get like essentially, if it doesn't look right, then
Mm-hmm.
you know and it you know later I found out that it was you know right, you know it was actually right and all that. I would like to have like a explanation as to why it is right and all that. And yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so you know I'm the type of guy that that follows it throughout the end.
You like you're thorough. You like to see things. All right, cool.
Yeah.
So on that aspect, tying to today's topic or something, failure, success, failure, and recovery. Like, would you be? What is your biggest failure if you with this thing now? If you don't mind me asking.
Well, in life.
No, in this world, why in life, and if you want to go general
Yeah, the failure
or
could
this.
be, for instance, the failure could be, for instance, not being 100% committed to a commitment, like in terms of education, work,
Mm,
family and stuff like that. You want
mm,
that drive to always be there. Otherwise,
mm,
without that drive, then you not might not accomplish it. And then the
yes.
resilience, is going to pretty much going to be non-existent. If there's no
Mm,
ex and what's interesting is my lecturer, I believe on
mm,
Monday, he said
mm.
that there was 36 people in the class and only two who graduated PhD.
Wow,
And that the
wow.
reason, and then one of the guys told him that is the reason why we graduated was it because we were smart and clever.
Mm,
And then my lecturer said to his fellow classmate
mm,
that it's not that he was clever, but it
mm.
was due to the fact that he had resilience and was committed to the work, whilst the others may not have been committed to the work.
Okay,
So it's
okay.
not about it's not about intellectual ability and all that. It's about commitment.
Mm,
Anybody could actually do an undergraduate degree. Anyone could do a postgraduate degree. Anyone could do a PhD degree. It's that the 100% commitment towards completing that task.
true.
Anyone can do it.
Mm. So what makes you committed? What makes you strive towards what you're doing? Is it the
It's the end
challenges
goal.
or
Yeah.
the angle? And it's where you want to be successful, right?
Yeah, I would like to be successful. Yeah, I always knew for a fact that I'm the type of person that likes to investigate things and all that. Perhaps I could
Mm,
go to, forensic accounting or stuff like that, or
mm,
auditing.
mm,
I think that's probably one of those areas, to be fair. I like to observe things. I like to investigate things. You know,
mm,
for instance, I could actually, I learned about the what do you call it, the regulations, Crimes Proceeds Act
mm,
2002, and and
mm.
and charities should be registered. I mean, charities in the UK should be essentially registered by the government or in order under the I think of the 2000 Act, the Counterterrorism Act of 2000, something like that.
Okay.
Because I remember back in yeah, so essentially
No. Go ahead.
charity. I
I want
heard
to hear. I want to get
charity.
into this. I want to get into this. I
Yeah,
want to get into that. Do you want to repeat that bit? Like,
the charity bit.
yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the charity. I believe that charities have to register with the government in it because I believe around the early 2000s something like that, or even 90s, that there were people actually giving money to prescribe terrorist organizations.
Mhm.
So that's
Okay.
why I think the regulations came out there. So yeah.
Okay. Never. Wow, I never knew that. But
Mm.
so, if you were to fail, how would you see as recovery? Do you see you right now not passing? Would you say that as a letdown to yourself or to others, or how do you feel about that?
I think it's a letdown to me because at the end of the day, I'll be the only person suffering from it.
True.
Yeah, and the people around me, they're just going to be watching, me and all that. It's not going to
Mm,
hurt them. It's not going to add any, value to their life, or nor will it depreciate any value to their life
mm,
as well.
Jesus.
But that if that value would make a difference towards my life, I'm the one who's making that commitment. I'm the one who, wakes up in the morning, you know,
Mm,
essentially studies like, large amount of hours just
mhm,
to get through, you know, um, lecture materials, seminars, questions, essentially attempting exercise questions, and
mhm.
planning out my essays and reports and all that. You know,
No, true. Yeah, true
so
that, true
yeah,
that, true that, true that.
so
And
yeah.
as what about as a as a collective as Aslan Dokala? You're from Westland, isn't it?
Well,
You're from Somaliland, isn't it? So why do you see as a collective as Wadana? Success,
I
failure,
haven't been,
recovery.
I haven't been there for like over 15 years, but
Yeah,
I think the issue is, I think when it comes to the finance issue, right?
yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Break it down
okay.
for me.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting anyway. I think the finance issue is, I think the inflation rate has increased during
Mhm,
his presidency.
mhm,
I think that perhaps there could have been, financial mismanagements here and there.
mhm,
Um, my perception is, I've explained it in many times and all that, it ties into the political, statements I made when it comes to SL and all that, and
mhm,
I think that basically when I remember somebody telling me that it was a Hubble Chilo guy. He told me one time that, oh, you owls, you control the economy in Somaliland and all that, the customs in Ghibli and Barbara and all that. And I
mhm,
remember thinking to myself, yeah, like, I didn't think of anything. When he said that, okay, I didn't reply to him at all. I didn't have anything to say about it. I assumed it was true. So,
mhm,
that's why I kept quiet.
mhm,
But as soon as I heard about the customs and all that, and the numerous customs in SL, and they were essentially they weren't in operations or lack of operations, I began to realize that that perhaps it doesn't look as rosy as it seems.
yeah.
The picture of 30 years, peace and all that, and stuff like that. It
Mhm,
was so good to be true. I knew for a
yeah,
fact that in the 90s and all that, there was a war, there
mhm,
was a mini war, tribal war and all that, based on, political power and stuff like that.
yeah,
And certain groups believing that, they have, there's lack of representation in government for them and stuff like that.
yeah.
And, when you think about that, okay, and then you look at into the present situation, and then
Mhm,
people saying, well, I think it's a system, okay. I think SL is a system that
mhm.
essentially makes people worse off.
What
That
do you mean?
overall
Do you want to
makes people worse off. I think
elaborate
that
on that, bro?
yeah, okay.
Uh,
I think the person that lives in Erogaf, or the person that lives in Belligoble, how to say what's that place? The Arab
Beled
live,
Gulu
yeah?
fucking hell, man. Beled
Yeah, okay.
Gulu, yeah, yeah, something like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
But it's
or
quite mad,
Sinai,
yeah,
yeah. Or
yeah,
Sinai, okay. Or
yeah.
the person that lives in Boromel, the person lives in Seilat, the person lives in um Bora and all that, and a person that lives in Lasan, and a person that lives in all those areas that are not inhabited by Habara, they
Yeah,
tend to be essentially they tend to be worse off essentially. When you're
yeah,
looking at the development, when you're looking at employment, when you're looking at
But
when
if
you
you
look
say
when you
that,
look at,
wouldn't you say like Asmoto? Obviously, whoever like Asmoto did
yeah,
them,
but the thing, but it's
they get
interesting. You
out
like, yeah, but the
of. No,
thing
go
is,
ahead, go
yeah,
on.
but the thing is, yeah, I think when you look at the roads in Hargeisa and all that, I think the west of Hargeisa, the roads are a lot better than the ones in East Hargeisa or the ones in the South Hargeisa.
Mm-hmm,
That's what I think. I think
mm-hmm,
Hargeisa to me is essentially Qabiala that, basically they're suffering from Qabiala and all that. The people that are from a certain group essentially are being oppressed. That's how I
mm-hmm,
see it and all that. And then
mm-hmm,
and it's quite tragic as well because at the end of the day you have the people that live in that city, they're in Abtihi and all that. They're Abo, they're Abti, Habayaro, and those people. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it's
mm-hmm,
quite tragic as well.
mm-hmm,
I'm from, that's one of the towns that my family are from, and they're
mm-hmm,
from all types of communities. Uh,
mm-hmm,
and it's quite sad though, that my upties in the east and all that of the country essentially suffering. They don't have any schools. Have you sort of on Facebook the schools in Elif?
no,
And then you have children with no table, with only not even a chair.
mm-hmm.
Essentially like a, what do you call it? There's a little chairs in Somalia. What do you call that little chair?
Yeah, on Qambar or
Yeah,
something.
like
Yeah,
those,
yeah, yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. I know
like
what
that.
it is.
And essentially, and you have a teacher that is writing on the board and all that. And I'm
Yeah,
thinking to myself, okay, yeah. I was thinking to myself, yeah, after all those, the people that were fighting, okay, my upties, okay, Sa'an Yunus, and the
yeah.
other guys, Bahol and Baid and all that, and those people were fighting against each other for no other reason. At the end of the day, for the last 30 years, they had nothing.
Mm-hmm.
They had no healthcare, no education.
Yeah, but isn't
The
it
only
like okay? No,
only
but
employment they
then.
have here is they go to the army and that's it. And even the
Yeah.
armies are tribal based as well.
Mm. Ooh, I
So the
wouldn't say
ones
that.
that,
I
yeah,
wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I think it's kind of mixed. But then again,
no, but I
okay,
think,
well, no,
yeah,
no. If we be real honest, yeah, I don't think that's something that we're never gonna escape. I'll be honest. Inside everything, but I think everyone's always gonna moan about that. Reckon on the
no, but
this
yeah.
always. Go ahead,
But
bro.
I think is that the Qabiyal is to the point of, yeah, essentially hindering somebody from having a healthcare or education
Mm,
or stuff like that.
mm,
I think there's something insidious about it.
yeah,
I also find insidious is the fact that you had the president essentially
mm,
giving donating clothes to people in Salahle who got hit by
mm,
the floods. And
yeah.
essentially the clothes that he was sending to them were
Mm.
previously worn by people who were diagnosed with COVID-19. And I
Oh,
think
yeah.
that had it been somebody from Ghibli or had it been somebody from Arab Sea that got hit by the floods and natural disasters and all that, he
Mm.
wouldn't been given them that aid to those people that live in the western suburbs of Hargeisa and all that.
No, but then
You know,
again, yeah.
and if you think about it, even his mum is actually from there,
Yeah.
which is insane. Up
I
to
know.
he can't even respect that as well. It was shocking though
No,
the way
but
he
then
was
again,
doing it.
no, I don't really think so. But come on, but I feel like Musa, yeah. At the end of the day, yeah, it's like you still have to get. I say, like, if he wins the next term, and I've said this before, like I've said this about Farmajo and all these guys as well. That, yeah, it's like
Yeah.
until they get off the kursi, that's the only time I could say something about them. You get where I'm coming from, G?
Yeah, but I think
Until
there's
then,
enough. Yeah,
go ahead, go no, go ahead, Jonas. There's enough.
okay,
Go
but
ahead.
I think there's enough things to say about him anyway. Even though he's sitting on the chair and all that, after the stuff that he was doing for the last 3 years, the
Mhm.
lands and essentially you have like a
Also, I
civil
wanted to
war
get into that.
between.
You've got into that twice, in the land grab. Do you want to explain that to me?
Yeah,
Oh,
essentially it's
me
like a
up.
mini. It
I'm gonna mute up for
appears
2
to be.
seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it appears to be like a mini civil war between SM and it. That's what I think. You have people that essentially the people that that are essentially stealing land is from his community. The people that are suffering is from his community. No one hasn't been talking about it. Like, you had the elders or quote unquote elected elders or appointed elders from those communities. Essentially, you have people that are not from the community. For instance, the uh, the only people that are speaking on behalf of them it's the opposition party. And that's it. And I think what is quite interesting is, yeah, you have a
Yeah,
guy that
mhm,
said, okay, do you know that phrase? He said, "Aniga dua maqadima," or something like that. Do you know that
mhm.
statement he said, like back in the 94?
Who's that? Musa.
Yeah, he said that
What did he
famous
say?
statement. He said that
What
famous
was that?
statement. Yeah,
Nah, what was the statement, bro?
he said something about dua or something like that.
Yeah. No, I haven't heard that, man. If you got a link or
He
anything,
said
do you want to post out?
he said something about dua thing. Yeah, he said in Somali. He said something about dua
Mm,
maqadima or something like that,
yeah.
or something along the lines of it. And then he said in a bad way, yeah, like in terms of I don't know what he was referring to, but he said it in a threatening manner towards a certain group of people. But I'll talk to myself. There was a lady. What's interesting? There was a Sound lady, and she said, I voted for Musa Bihi because we are from the same tribe."
Yeah, but I think you
I
think a
couldn't
lot of
believe
people do that.
I
You think
couldn't
I think
believe what she. Yeah,
mm,
I understand that. Yeah, but I couldn't believe what she was saying and all that. I was thinking to myself, that's kind of crazy though.
no,
I
but I
could
think most
save
people
even.
bro like that back home. It's like, oh, Gofgani on Ushubiya because he's my tribe. But I think that's why I say that's why we need to get away from. For me, the
Yeah.
Mahima day is I'm starting to hate this Jabhadi after Jabhadi. Oh, I am
Mm,
SNM. I'm sitting on the chair, and I'm trying to move away from that. Do you get where I'm coming from? Or what?
mm. Yeah,
That
yeah,
type of mindset of thinking where actually we let politicians be politicians. They wouldn't
yeah,
come on I'm a Shakhyasha.
yeah,
I don't know. I don't care.
yeah.
Whatever, either way, innit? You get where I'm coming
Mm,
from, yeah?
yeah. But I think that when it comes to politicians and all that, I think they are low, but they are very low, to be fair. Like in his presidency, there was one guy, I believe, he was speaking in a manner, in a very degrading manner. He was actually cussing women
Mm-hmm,
from certain communities and all that. And he was on,
mm-hmm,
and we were speaking to somebody he was speaking to someone on the phone. Basically, some guy, yeah, he's basically Qurbaha Choga and all that in USA.
yeah.
I was like similar to a guy and all that. So he was speaking badly about two communities. One of the communities he was speaking badly about, his
Mm-hmm,
wife belongs to those type of communities.
yeah,
And I thought it was quite insane all that. The two communities that he was referring to, I'm
mm,
related to them, like at the end of the day, I felt offended as well because at the end of the day, that KG or DKG, you know what I mean? Like I'm from the minute. Yeah.
mm-hmm,
So, I got offended by that, and then he made it, and what he done was he actually apologized and he giggled as well, as if it
yeah.
was as if he didn't meant it or something like that, as if it's not a big deal and all that.
No, but he's not gonna get done for that back home. Well, how could I don't know. I mean, that's
But
the
let's
angle
just
we need
say
to
if
look
it,
at as well.
yeah, let's
Yeah.
just say if I have he said it had he said it in Naya or had he said it in West Borough and all that,
Mm,
he wouldn't last long. Like he would probably be beaten up something like that.
yeah, yeah. Let me just pick up the
Yeah.
broski GH in the building. GS,
Hello,
Gangster
hello.
Sophie.
How are you guys? Are
Alaikum.
you guys okay? Can you
Hi
hear me?
Yeah,
GS. Hi.
yeah. We can hear you. Salam alaikum, bro.
Walaikum salam. So
Yeah.
I would just like to put something onto the table. I would say that while getting a PhD in academia is good, at the end of the day, I feel like as Somalis we're getting getting left behind when it comes to this technical revolution.
Yes. Go on.
So when you go to like Silicon Valley, when you
Mm,
look at all these apps that's happening, you could
yeah.
turn what 100,000 to £1 billion. I know it's that's the extreme cases, but that's
Mm,
really where the money is right now.
yeah.
So
I hear that.
how can we educate young kids to think and to think outside the box and
Mm.
to connect older parents to the technical revolution? Like 5 years ago, if you told your parents, "Oh, I'm starting a social media agency," they would have thought you were crazy. What's
Yeah,
that?
what do they think I'm crazy right now, bro? They don't have a clue what I'm doing right now, so it is. Salam alaikum, my brother Zena. Big up, Zena. Yeah. Big up Muhammad in the building. Muhammad Bashir,
Hi
salam
Mohammed.
alaikum wa
عليكم
rahmatullah.
السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته يا أخي.
Alhamdulillah, akhi. No, well, like, GS, you do have a good point, I've never looked at it from a technological aspect. But don't you feel like we are advanced as well when it comes to modern car? Because have you been back home recently with the Zad thing?
Yeah,
With
we are
Zad?
advanced. Yeah, we are advanced, but we could do so much more. There's so much
Yeah.
potential that we have, and because we live all abroad, it's about connecting. It's like putting information out there so that they can understand that.
Yes.
You know, that's the
I
most
hear that.
important thing.
I hear that. I hear that. Big up. I just want to big up Mood Best in the building, Kush in the building. You know, I'm coming from. Yes, Key. I don't know, Kalo or whatever. Riding strategy, wealth building. Yeah. What do you think about that, GH? The question on the board.
That's true, but that was like 100 years ago. I mean, like with 3D printing, our home is going to be as valuable as they used to be, because you're going to be able to build a house in an hour. I mean, that's the technology. That's the technology that we've advanced to. That you could build a Lego house in an hour. So it's going to be more about getting land than about getting access to property. Because you have to think about we're in a fourth industrial revolution. The third one's finished. Now we're on the fourth industrial revolution, and if we build and we think about that we're in the 13th in the third industrial revolution, which was the 19th century, and don't plan for the fourth industrial revolution, we're gonna miss out. We're always gonna be behind.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So, what would you recommend then? What would you recommend? Would you implement more to the reality? But with our generation, obviously, like, you know, I done
Yeah.
That would be a big difference in golf. But what would be your solutions? What would you recommend, GH? Drop it to me.
I think.
Be the man with a plan. Give me the plan.
So first thing, I think things like speakers corners are really good, because then you have all these different viewpoints in mind, and at the end of the day, we're all on a tussle. You know, speakers corner. It's all about everyone putting their ideas out, and then everyone examining them and going with the best idea at the end of the day.
Come on.
Yeah, that's the plan of it. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, you're right.
That's not gonna work with Somali people, though. Let's be honest.
What did you say?
That's not gonna work with Somali people.
I disagree with you, brother. I think Somali people are very where you go. Somali people are trained to be
the
leaders.
proof is in the pudding. Look at the history. Look at the statistics. Look at the past 20, 30 years.
You make a good point. But when you look at it, we've been a war-torn country for 30 years.
Yeah, but why have we been?
When you look at livelihood, we're not that much different from, for example, Kenya or Ethiopia. When you look at livelihood, I mean,
Kenya is much more advanced, brother.
It's not that much when it comes to technology, bro. It's not that much. There's not that much of a difference. And with
depends where, but like in.
Yeah, but we also have to understand that 30 years ago we didn't have 3 million people, 3, 4, 5 million Somalis living abroad, having Western education, seeing different technology. 30 years ago, we were all in the same boat. You see what I'm coming from? So like 30 years ago, there wasn't people like me or you who's been Western educated, who understands the next technical revolution. In the 19th century, when the Industrial Revolution was happening, there wasn't Somalis abroad that could see what was going on, the patterns, the innovations that were happening, and could tell back home and say, this is what we need to do. We were all stuck in one place, so our access to information wasn't the same. 30 years ago, you couldn't go and do online course from Hargeisa and learn everything you need to learn about accounting from a laptop. So it's a different world, my friend. Don't be pessimistic.
Well, here's the thing, though. You're right. There's a lot of people, a lot of Somalis that live abroad who have now taken education. They have different knowledge. They have knowledge in different spheres. Like inside of Somalia, the industrial, the industrial process or the industrialization, you know, in order for it to be widespread, it has to be natural. You know, like you cannot tell like somebody who owns, for example, land, and they're doing agriculture. You cannot tell them how computer can qada, like try and figure something out. You know what I mean? Like every country that went through an industrial period, they went through it in a natural phase. So the 3 million people that you're mentioning that live abroad, they have to come to Somalia for this to be a benefit. They have to help Somalia for this to be a benefit. Otherwise, it's like they're just Somalis abroad. You know what I mean? It's not gonna affect Somalia in the long term if they don't come now and help, you know, fund the process with their knowledge and their wealth, and to educate the next generation so that we can move forward.
I agree with you, and I think that's so important. And I think even in the West, something we have to learn as children in the West, the importance of this technical revolution. You know, like the other day I was telling Khalid that I'm starting $1 billion company because I literally believe there's $1 trillion industry. Do you see
Brother,
what I'm saying?
I'm with you, man. I know you're loving on the PayPal. Remember, hustle stuff.
So, like, of course, brother. Of course,
PayPal
brother.
con.
Yeah,
No,
because
no more than
I've had-
50 bags. 50 bags on Konton Kun. I'm very cheap. I'm like these Somali sisters, you know, the Meher thing. Konton Kun. I'm
Give me
only
3
joking.
years.
Well, my girls, well, I'm joking, sisters. It was a joke. Carry on, lads. I'll come back here. Hold up the panel.
Yeah. So we're looking at a stage where in 3 years' time, you could start up a company. You could put a technical advantage, put the right marketing and the right media to it, and then 3 years later, you could be $1 million industry. That's how the world is right now. So when I've got young kids telling me, oh, they want to open a coffee shop. I'm like, why don't you learn how to do blockchain programming? You know, why don't you learn a quicker, easier way to get faster internet back home? Why don't you learn how to do how to build a computer back home? Electricians, you know, like these what are they called? These key skills that are so profitable and are so badly need back home, that can also give you a lifestyle which is far superior to wherever you would have got in the UK.
So
Yeah. So one thing I would say that's really important is the concept of, and this is very important. This is to the young brothers. How is it that you can
And sisters. Don't forget the sisters.
Ancestors, of course. Ancestors. So let's not get it done for the F word. So that's my point. What about you, Jonas?
Hello.
Yes, Jonas.
Yeah, Kai, could you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Talk to me, sister.
Yeah. I mean, I was Osman. I mean, sorry. It's no, I'm a man. I'm a guy.
Oh, sorry, I just couldn't hear your voice properly. I was a bit.
Yeah,
There was
hi.
2 people in the picture. Then I was like, damn it, I might get them for feminism. Call them. Anyway, at least you're a guy.
Sorry.
Anyway,
Yeah.
what's up,
Yeah.
bro?
Okay.
What's your opinion?
Yeah, I'm good.
What do you think of Silicon Valley tech startups?
Well, Silicon Valley, it's valuable towards, human civilization as of 21st century, and and it has its advantages, and it shapes the way, the way how we operate in life. We depend on technology, telephones, computers, and various other electrical devices, to navigate through the day. Essentially, if we don't have any of those, essentially we're going to be we're going to be mad. Essentially, because how used to we are as human beings as of 2020. But yeah, I think when it comes to the Silicon Valley and technology and investments around the areas of technology and all that, I do see a valuable market there. I haven't saw the value of the market, but I do see. It sounds quite promising, to be fair.
Yeah, it does, man, and it's our ability to start putting these tech startups and to, like, for example, there's World Remittance, and I think it's worth more than $1 billion now, and it was from a Somali guy that started that up. World Remittance.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard about that story?
what did it start?
World Remittance. He was a Somali guy who created an app like the hat.
Oh, World Remit.
Yeah. So
He's
like,
a Somali guy.
he's a Somali guy.
Wow, mashallah.
Yeah,
It's like PayPal for Africa, or like
Yeah.
a lot of the third world countries.
You're talking about 1.5. I think the last time I checked, it was 700 million, which was like 3 years ago. Probably at least $1 billion now. So there's incredible opportunity out there.
Ismail Ahmed. Wow.
Yeah, if we could think like that and come up with those ideas and those thinking, I mean, there's so much potential. I mean, this is the thing. What I want to tell people is, you have to understand, if you create one Apple as $1 trillion company, the whole of Somalia lives in absolute what we would call as a developed world. If you could come up with the next Apple, you're basically coming up with you just literally made the whole country wealthy. That's how the world is right now. Even something like WhatsApp, it was I think 22 million or 21 million WhatsApp. I mean, stuff like that. That's incredible. That's like big money. That's like money. That's the money that could transform our whole civilization, because it could transform the Somali mind, the Somali culture, the Somali history. And
Here's the thing, though, brother. See,
Yeah.
these things, I agree with you, and entrepreneurship is very good, and you can achieve a lot of things on an individual level. Like the things that you mentioned earlier about like those basic technological processes, like building a computer, even like other things, like other technological things, like even architecture, even basic like sewage. Like there's a lot of like basic fields that we need people to learn, and then if they can go back home and they can like implement those things and also teach those things, we need that on a very like dire level, because without those basic sort of infrastructural things, it's impossible for you to progress beyond that. And then it really doesn't matter if you can build an app that sells $1 billion if you don't have proper sewage, or if you don't have proper like facilities. You know what I mean? Like
I agree with you, but you also need the money to have those infrastructure. And when you develop these kind of apps and you have a culture where you put that money back into the country,
see what happens in a lot of places though is that you're gonna have like a lot of third world countries. You have people that make billions off of one-time projects or their own firms, but that it doesn't really help the community in the same sense. You know what I mean? Because like somebody can have $1 billion through an app or through a windmill company, but what you find is that doesn't really contribute to the development, because there's a lot of other hurdles. There's a lot of hurdles. Somebody mentioned in the comments like corruption. So you need like grassroots developments. You know what I mean?
I agree with you, but I think what we also need is the idea of consciousness, which is that the concept where you have to be willing to give back to your community, and we need to put that into our culture and our history. Where you're like, you make £1 billion. What are you doing for our country? What roads are you building? What hospitals are you building? So it's for us Somalis, we're actually really good when it comes to giving back to our communities. Maybe in the last 10, 15 years, that's all cultures ended, but a country like Somaliland has been built on people going out abroad and sending money back home and providing for people. So I don't think we have a problem with that. I think what we need right now is that I want us to compete with Switzerland, Sweden, Denmark. That's what I'm looking out for. And I think we can do that. The only way we can achieve that goal is that if only we think that we're in the 5th industrial revolution, as CD said, and we put ourselves out there and we say, let's go think outside the box.
No, we don't have a problem with helping and providing people back home, Lakin. We have a problem with people that don't go back home and benefit the knowledge. Like people, they finish their education and then they just work in the West. Whereas if you go back home and you help, wallahi, you will do much more for Somalia if you go home and you work in Somalia and use your knowledge and educate. You can do much more than a billionaire, and you can literally galvanize an entire generation if you take your knowledge, you educate people.
Yeah, man. But say people are not ready and stay with the violence and the instability. That's putting off a lot of people. What do you think about that?
It's true, like
that plays a major factor.
Yeah, 100%. Because
a lot of people told me, like, how GH, someone was saying something about Kenya. Majority of Kenya, Somali, but they still want
Somalis have businesses. Somalis have a lot of businesses in Kenya. Yeah, they're making good money.
That's true. But you know what I'm gonna say? I just kind of split my mind what I was gonna say. But what can we do? So, CD, how are you, bro? You okay?
Yeah, big up CD in the building.
Yeah, yo, brother. So you said?
Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. What are you saying, JS?
Yeah. What's your take on this?
The billionaire thing. What are you talking about?
Just the whole topic.
So
recovery.
Yeah, like you said, wallahi, it's gonna take not just one person to become a billionaire, but like, it's gonna like like a network of wealthy Somalis to really change Somalia. That's how I see it. Wallahi billah. In terms of economy, hakadlo, not like political instability or none of that. Just the economy and horumarka. Like we've gone past the age or the internet age. Hado halgalo ya, a whole new revolution. It's the AI robot sort of technology kind of age. Hado galana, innit?
I agree with you.
Yeah, so I mean, look, if you look at guys like Elon, this guy's working on things like Neuralink, like he's working on little like a chip you implant in your brain that you can forget about learning. Like you can skip the whole process of learning and just upload
Did you
information
trust
on your
them
brain.
things, though?
Like,
Would
huh?
you ever trust something like that? Would you ever have an implant like that? Would you ever trust something like that?
With Elon Musk? No, Horta, it would have to be proven to me. But I'm saying just that's the level people are on right now. Anaka Wadambina, bro. That's the point I'm making.
No, I can't like
Yeah, get like that, like come on.
Come on, man.
I don't know, man.
Wallahi, it's facts, bro. That's it's peak, man. People are fully moving forward. The West does not give a crap about Qabila. What the hell do we?
Yeah, man,
it's obsolete, man.
I agree with you. Do you know what it is? And I feel like a lot of people that are abroad, because the government, for example, if I was in the government Somalia, one thing I would start doing like online projects where I kind of encourage people and show them the opportunities that are out there. Because a lot of young Somali people, they don't know the opportunities that are back home. They don't know how to start. They don't know the process. They don't know what to do. So I think that causes a lot of confusion as well.
We have to do more, brother. We have to do more. Like your brother Khalid was mentioning earlier, like a lot of the youngsters, they're kind of worried, like the instability and some of them they've never been to Somalia. But if you have a group of Somalis from the West that go to Somalia and they build some kind of project and some kind of image to show these youngsters that it is possible for them to come, you can inspire people alive. But it needs people. We need pioneers, man. We need pioneers.
Yeah.
We need people.
Muhammad, do you know what it is, yeah? Especially like a lot of people telling me developing countries are really. If you go out there,
that's where the opportunity is, isn't it? Yeah,
that's what
100%.
If you like, and a lot of people, if you get your pie in now and invest or something, you never know. And I would do recommend it, but then again, it's the recovery, it's the instability. Are we allowed to? That's another thing.
I think we're allowed to.
We are more powerful than every hurdle, brother. Trust me. If we come together and unite and use our education and our abilities, every hurdle, any country that's trying to bar us, every warlord, every qabil, qabilat, everything, all of these things is just we can shut it down with that. With unity,
there's I don't know why some people believe like if you go back home you can't start a business.
Umar. Umar, bro.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Yes,
hi everybody.
Yes,
Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
Carry on, CD out of point. Come on, carry on, my brother.
Yeah, I was saying like some people believe like if you go back home like it's gonna be hard for you to start a business and stuff, but it really isn't. If you have a business and you're making money and you're thinking about political instability, bro, just use these lalouche, they're gonna take bribery, man. If they try fuck with you or anything, bro, just send them $200. They're cheap, man. These politicians, like they're not gonna message you as long as you're paying them. But political instability is a whole other topic, wallahi billah. But business-wise, it's possible to start businesses back home without any trouble at all.
Yeah. So do you know what? I agree with you, but I just feel like when it comes to information, I feel like for even Somaliland, we've got some sort of stability. But I feel like the government doesn't sell that to its people. Like it doesn't do a website where you're like invest in Somaliland. This is the industry. This is where we're growing. This is what we need. This is what we think you can make in a year. Do you get it? Do you know where I'm coming from? Like sell it,
Yeah.
sell it to people. It's like when the Israel, when you have all these Israelis and they want all these Israelis to come back to make it the land of the Jews. What they do is they tell them, you know what, this is what you can get if you move back. This is what you're gonna get. This is the opportunities that are out there. This is what you're gonna get for schools.
And who was pushing that narrative, like the incentivization? Was
the government of
right?
Israel.
Exactly. That's
أنا
what
كده دولة
I
أنا
think
قاعد
Somalis are doing the same
مش
though.
كله والله أنا قاعد ماشى
You would say?
أنا قاعد
I'm just saying this is what we have to do. Like
You
these
see, Wiley,
Don't get
you
us
know what they
flagged, bro.
did?
Don't get us flagged.
You see what they did to Wiley, my brother?
Wiley, yeah.
They'll shut your shit
What
down,
happened?
fam. You get that scoot one of
Bro,
my
he was gone. He was gone. 24 hours. He was gone everywhere.
You
ماشي
gone.
ولا قصة
Up to you.
هذه.
Come on, man. أنا أقول إما خام بلاد نيونا بريسكا أنا قد اللي نبتي. لا carry on, guys. I'm only joking.
No, but I was just saying we have to copy them. You know, we have to go and when we want people abroad, we have to sell it to these people. We have to inform these people.
I think the Somali government was doing that, like Khaira and Farmajo, they were going abroad, like seeking what's the word, investment and stuff like this. But I feel like, you know, it's the Somali people that need to be incentivized to go back home. Like really, like, you know, not just one person here, one person there. I mean, like really going back all together, you know, because we've been here for 30 years. Most of us have education, if not, you know, some kind of trade, business, or something going on with their life, you know. So I feel like it's definitely something we can do. I mean, Horta, the government doesn't even need to incentivize you. You should have that already within you, you know, to go back.
I get it, but we need to also, like, what I'm talking about is like, for example, you want to open up a chicken farm in Hargeisa. If the government gives you if the government, this is the job. This is what the job. I don't know what these ministers do day to day. I really don't know, but this is the job of a minister. So how can we sell this to people? How can we tell them? For example, if you open a chicken farm in Hargeisa, I'm only talking about my region, the region I'm from, because I know inside out that region. So it'd be easier for me to tell you about what's needed in Somaliland than me telling you about what's needed in South Somalia, because I really don't know. I've never been there. So I'm not trying to put some sort of dividing nonsense I don't want people to get triggered, okay? But
don't worry. There's no self-sabot, man. We're free for a little bit. They're lurking.
Yeah.
As long as Deen Keshe there, you're good. Big up to my fellow brothers. Yeah, big up to the Cellar brothers as well, but now carry on, Dean.
So for example, in Hargeisa, like 5 years ago, there was a real need for like egg farm, a chicken farm. So if the government had went to them, you know what, we need these skills because we've got a lot of people that go to universities and have business administration. We've got all these office skills, or a certain level of them. What we really need is these infrastructure skills. So if you go down there and you start having this discussion, you start having these. So I feel like even with the Somali thing, it's only a select people that are ever really invited to these things or know about these things. And I feel like that's the biggest problem we have, is because we've got this generation that are under 35 that need somebody that need information to know about where the right industries are, how much money you're likely to make, what the profitability is.
That's why I said, this is why we need pioneers from within us. Like, you cannot expect these people back home, the ministers that you're talking about, you know, some of them are corrupt. They're just looking to get their piece of the cake and khalas, you know, live in their little house and then just chill. Like, we need, if we're going to talk about people galvanizing, it has to be us. That's the only reality.
I agree with you, but that's why stuff like Speakers Code is so important to the community, because then we could have that discussion. I could tell people psychedelic medicine is $1 trillion industry, and if you get in now and set up a company, you're very likely to be at least $100 million to $1 billion in 3 to 4 years' time. I could tell people like that. I could tell them about 3D printing. I could tell them about blockchain, and we could have this discussion and try to get us a piece of the cake. So then, when we have a piece of cake, we go back home. We could build a road. We could start a non-profit school. We could start a non-profit clinic. Do you get what I'm coming from?
So,
Brother Omar, you wanna come in? You've been awfully quiet. You wanna add something to the convo?
Yeah, actually, in Mogadishu, for all of you, I've been living in the city for almost my entire life, and I think $2,000 you can make here in a business Mogadishu, because there's a lot of small business in Mogadishu. almost they cost like $2,000 or up to 10,000. So it's like here in Mogadishu, if you have new ideas and you have the investment, so you can make a lot of everything true because you see like thousands of small businesses in Mogadishu, cafeteria, restaurants, a lot of things go in the city. So in Mogadishu, maybe I don't even know actually the reality of other regions like Hargeisa, the other thing I don't know, but Mogadishu you can make simple in business and you can make millions because
Waa
people
capital
are
ka
just yeah.
Yeah, like in Tulooyinka kale iyo magaalada kale, like my dad was telling me, you know, he was born in Albuur, but he moved to Hamar because I asked him why. He was like, "It's the capital. That's where everything, you know, it's much more busy." Like I was
Yeah.
thinking, why not build, you know, that city, like the small cities Al Iloya, Magarate.
And that's
But
facts, you know, because I was going from
You
Hargeisa to
know,
Berbera in it, yeah, and I noticed, I
yeah,
was
but
like, you know how many cities you could
maybe,
build, like and towns. But
Yeah,
then again, we human beings were very, what's it called? We're very collective, was it? What's the word? There's
yeah.
a word.
social
Yeah,
creatures.
but no, yeah, we're very like, yo, we all, I don't know. Let me look up the word again. So carry on, guys.
Yeah, but dadka hadda gobolada ku nool oo kale, almost everybody is just seeking inuu imaado magaalada imaado. Gobolada is like boring, nothing goes out there. It's like some problems with terrorists, Al-Shabaab, and other people that are running. So you can maybe you might just get scared for yourself, just like
Right.
before making business in there. But here in the city, you can make a lot of business because you feel secure and you feel like safe.
definitely,
So
guys.
and now in Mogadishu, you see like Little Beach, there are a lot of restaurants. Even we have 5-star hotels in Mogadishu.
Right.
So
Yeah,
people,
Mogadishu, mashallah, Allah is the capital. But in
and
Tulooyinka kale Al Iloya, like
actually,
Iloya.
yeah, actually, in Mogadishu, what you just actually surprised or achieved your حكمت oo kale. You see like a place or qarax ka dhacay oo kale. Maybe an hour ago, waxaa arkaysaa immediately waxaa lagu bilaabayaa just building, and you see the place sidii before the explosion way ka qurux badnaanaysaa hataa even though. So dadkan magaalada kuna they're the most resilient according to the other
Yeah,
regions.
waxa عمل marka like left Kajavo marka kura kimo it's even more stronger, you know. It's like that.
Yeah, actually they're even
Bravo.
more motivated than before. You see like Zoba,
Assalamu alaikum.
almost
Alaikum
Alaikum
assalam.
salam.
Yes,
Ahmed
Khalid.
Guri in
Yes,
the building.
everyone okay?
Family. Big up. Yeah, Big
Alhamdulillah.
Frank in the building. I'll call 1129 in the building as well. Bomb in the house. Dan, carry on, my brothers. Carry on.
Ahmed, do you have
even
anything?
even Zoba xitaa waa aragteen for almost 1,000 people are plenty, and now hadda marka aragtid it's even more beautiful than before. There are a lot of
Yeah.
hotels, supermarkets, everything is going like normal.
Well, Omar, you know the hotel that was recently bombed in Leather Beach. Well, is it have they started like cleaning it, like you know, fixing it?
Elite.
Like what is it like now?
Yeah, habeenkii labaad ba xaflada ka dhacaysa.
Wallah, that's mad.
habeenkii labaad xaflada ka dhacaysa. Wallahi actually. No, this thing will habeenkii labaad it's like almost the guy who owns the hotel he's just like a millionaire hotel kan. Ninkas kale
Sure.
almost 30 million isku sheegaa. Habeenkii labaad waxaa ka dhacaysay xaflad
Waa laga alaleynaya
like, guys, we're doing this thing. Like, we're not gonna stop this thing. It's like,
Yeah, like in من يجب نعمل.
yeah, even the third year, I think it's the hell of Kale, and I was in there actually, and nothing has been wrong. Everything was just like normal. So,
Yeah, it's nice. Allah.
Yeah, do you see the one with the restaurant on the boat, on the yacht in Hamar?
Oh yeah, I seen that. That was nice. I like that. That was creative, innit?
Beautiful.
That was much creative.
yeah, a lot of people, يعني دبل came out, they're just bringing here new ideas. Even حتى الغنيسين يعني أرض الجامعة كبحثوا they're mostly jobless moved here. Government organization the most corrupt just like bias in a sameeyaan oo kale jeclaysi kale. So dadka dibadda ka imaado oo kale like you guys are just making new opportunities to the local youth. Yeah, marka Mogadishu is actually safe. Yeah, actually. And I do remember like almost a guy who came in London. He just opened a hotel and he hired almost 200 people.
Allah, 200 people. That's a big company, you know. That's a big company.
Yeah.
It's not a joke, Allah.
Actually, yeah, and he owns like hotel and restaurants. And he just hired like almost 200 people, including educated people, non-educated. So there's a big opportunity with Somalia. Somalia, there's a lot of opportunities.
Omar, do you know the nepotism? Like, qof ka dooranaysa because qabiilkaada, you know, isku talatiin de ma ka jira xamar. Like marka shaqo raadsanaysid oo kale interview marka, you know, heshid like ma lagu xameynaya like.
Yeah, mostly. Even government organizations 100%. They can ask you like like mostly private companies for your expertise skills mostly
so with businesses like within business
mostly not actually because this person is just seeking a private moat and is if he doesn't have any profession or experience with this, so he's not going to just put in danger.
Yeah,
the bigger companies, though, I don't think the tribe is an issue, you know, because they're in all the cities, so they don't care about tribes.
Because this guy is just looking profit moat, and he just care about someone who any profit is getting.
Yeah, that's it. Business doesn't care about Kabir. Someone.
Yeah, but government organizations they're the most corrupted.
Yeah.
Even have you don't even have security job. Get a job security because if this guy goes out or this guy gets fired, so there'll be another new guy and he will come up with new people.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Somehow, the 4.5 system, you have to get rid of it.
So he will come up with new people. So it's a job security.
That's crazy.
The crazy thing like in small business opportunities, a lot of opportunities even.
So what kind of opportunities are there? Brother Omar, what kind of opportunities?
You know, small business like cafeterias yogurt companies almost
so
okay, like how about like you know like tusale horumar like you know like technology wise like a ganacsi waxaas camal ka jiraan inaan xamar like something that's very technological.
You know, technology they're a step ahead of you. We're using like actually digital currency something like EVC. You can carry on your own thousands. So technology here very developed magaalada Muqdisho iyo Soomaaliya xitaa technologiyada because thousands of telefonka ku wadan kartaa. You don't need to have
anything else.
So business actually business kale at the technology companies business dadka dharka soo degso kale hadda almost like company da caanka dharka keeno kale hadda magaalada waa la keeno almost waxaas almost 80% dadka dibadda ka imaada keena ideas kaas laakiin dadka localka you know dadka localka millions way haystaan accountadooda and they don't know what to do actually.
Okay.
lacag way haystaan waxay ku sameeyaan ma yaqaanaan.
lacagta xagee ka heleen horta that's the question.
So Omar, Omar, I got a question for you. So like for example, you opened up a factory back home, yeah? So you opened up a factory back home, yeah? So you spent $20,000 You open up a factory. No, not a factory. I'll give you an example. You open up a bakery. So you open up a bakery back home. You spend £20,000. You got £20,000. How much can you turn that £20,000 into?
I think bakeries are the most profitable in this city because every day magaalada waxaa ka dhaco like wedding events is a lot of things waxyaaba kale yani eventyo badan ka dhaco hadda bakeryga dhankiisu ka hada gaab badan ka jiro because and I do remember I think there's only one company oo hadda bakerygaas ka shaqeeya isaga hataa yani maxaa effective ma aha because they don't do the delivery system because magaalada hotel almost waxaa ku yaala hundreds ka badan yani bakeryga dhankaas kale gaabay ka qabaan and I remember like
yeah Umar, what about address? Address, do they have like addresses like the here in the UK or no?
No.
Like guriga like postman also diri kara.
My actually like yani the nearest avenue oo kale ama laamiga kugu dhow kale sheegaysa the guy has motorcycle on his car then he's going to ping you there meeshu ku keena
but how does he know? That's what I'm asking you. How does he know when you order something where to bring it?
And you know there's
I could explain that to you.
application ajiro oo yani aad wada xiriiraysaa macna lacagta markaad bixisidoo kale wuxuu leeyahay qayb oo text message oo kale fariin ay kuu soo dirayaan xagee lagugu soo diraa yani markas ku leeyihiin then meesha u tilmaamaysa meesha the nearest area oo laisla yaqaano kale ayaan u sheegaysaa hadda delivery systemka oo kale xitaa I think 2 or 3 companies kaliya jira amalena ayaga xitaa
more developed of Hamar. That is business. Wallahi, yeah, that's opportunity, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, because one of the things I realized when I was in Hargeisa is that, especially in Hargeisa, because I've only been to Hargeisa, Berbera, and Boroma. What I think I realized is that even if these things are open, because it's entrepreneurship, it's about the quality. And just if you could turn the quality, because the quality is actually not that high, if you could turn the quality higher, and you open up a bakery and you actually have like good quality bread, good quality ingredients, and it actually tastes and feels like the same standard that you find in the West, then you're able to cut into the market because people don't have that quality yet.
Yeah,
I remember every morning waxaa kasoo gadan jirnay every subax walba rooti aan noola diri jiray marka xamar tagay. Yeah, so it's definitely, it's definitely something people need. Like you said, like Arosia, like haflada.
That's more cake. I was talking about bakery, like in the sense of bread.
Bakery, like bread.
Like fresh bread in the day.
No, but it's all like it's all confectionery and bakery, Yeah. It's all together.
No, even like Danish and stuff like that. What you would do?
Actually, like guys, can you just believe like there's no the whole city like grocery store much. Still there's a gap in there.
I thought there was. Oh, was that in Hargeisa?
No, in the city, Mogadishu, grocery store hata kama jiro because and people
grocery
they're
store like waxaa jira like dukaamo yar yar laakiin like waxaa ka wada like kuwa waaweynka
big companies oo like delivery sameynaya because magaalada kale fruitska oo kale ama qudaarta oo kale xitaa hoteelada oo kale yani problem badan ay ka maraan qudaar inay helaan actually.
Okay.
And that business almost actually that business is 50,000 qofka haduu haysto xitaa magaalada it's simple laba gaari haduu iibsado beeraha oo kale afgooy kale magaalada aad ugu dhow yahay for almost like 30 kilometers marka that opportunity qof still u jeeda xitaa ma jirto magaalada Muqdisho marka imaato 1000 ideas oo waxa arkaysa opportunities yani isugu jiro oo wali aan la buuxin oo lacag laga sameyn karo xitaa.
I've got one idea for people that want to go back home. What about a food truck? You know what a food truck is?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah. So you just get a food truck and you just drive around and you sell your food onto it.
Yeah, because there was I watched something about this one guy he did one of the first ones in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And he said it's tough in it, but he's making it work. Well, that would be that could make some money.
Definitely, man. Because a food truck would be really good because like you'd spend like what 10 to 20k on the food truck, and then afterwards it's got your oven, everything inside it. For all those people that at home that don't know what food truck, it's like a moving restaurant. So it's like a restaurant with wheels.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you
it's,
could go.
it's a bit like a burger van, isn't it?
Yeah.
Actually, حيبان وكل حد الليد وكله يعني food trucks وكل هذا اللي بحياه. I think there's only one guy who's صنعه لكن ما
Ocean said it,
يعني
yeah.
that guy actually حيبان وكله ما إمام لكن حيبان وكله يعني weekend وكله 1,000 people أمانة ويعني وبهن محل fast foods وكله.
Yeah.
So
There was also the
Allah
guy
in,
I think he's got like a bag or I don't know, he's carrying basically shahweebi. I'm on the streets, literally, you know, people driving, he's walking around. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I've seen that. I know
yeah,
what you're talking
it's clever, isn't it? Well, it's clever.
It's clever, yeah.
I've seen that guy
That's
in
pretty
prison. I think so. That guy gives some quite
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, and he employs like I think a few people, about 3-4 people. I'm not sure, maybe more. And
Well, like he's just standing in the street, like, or he's going up to people. What like, how is it? What was
everywhere, literally, he's walking around and he's got it. Anybody who wants to wash away on, he's got his cup, wash away, takes the money, is moving literally.
Like a cup, oh, it's like a plastic cup. I call that.
Yeah, he's got it ready.
Them ones.
I think it's plastic cup he's got ready. We'll leave it on, and what do you call it? He prepares it in the morning. And he's got, I think, 4 people all carry the same thing. They walk around, and he's working for him. He's been doing it a few years, I think.
Bro, that's very, very creative because if you think about it, people are more likely to buy if you come to them. That's
exactly.
Crazy.
Yeah.
People driving past in traffic will buy from him.
Mm.
Yeah, so he goes to the people instead. He walks anyone who we dinner here, and they just buy it off him.
Yeah.
Yeah, cheap because
he's making like £1,000 a day.
One cup of tea costs for almost like $3.5 here in Mogadishu. If you go to big restaurants.
Yeah.
So
it's crazy, man.
Yeah, $3.5. Even some hotels like Hotel Canada Elido, one cup of coffee it's like $8.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wait, what's it called? Omar, what was that thing called? You know, when I went to Hammer, they were selling these at local, you know, like it wasn't like a restaurant, you know, like a maqaedos, like a takeaway restaurant. They were selling this thing with egg and like different vegetables and in like a little container. It's I can't remember the name. Till this day, I'm thinking about the name. Do you know what it is?
Or is it around the beach?
No. So when I went to Labadaga. You know Labadaga.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, do you know like you know what I'm talking about? You know, like the little container, like it has like different foods, like egg, vegetables, and like fish and stuff like that.
I think in Labadaga there's a popular restaurant. It's called like Kobe restaurant. The guy, he's very successful. I think he just started his own business in 2016. He was just like selling on street foods. And now he almost owns like almost 6 to 7 restaurants in different areas of the city.
His name's Kobe. That's funny.
Very successful.
Yeah, that's
it's like street foods. And now we have almost toddoba isgoys ama junctions oo magaalada ku yaalo oo ku leeyahay maqaayado oo well professional trained like waiters ka xitaa meesha joogo. They're even more professional than the others oo magaalada maqaayadaha ka shaqeeya xitaa.
Wow, that's nice to hear.
Yeah. I think Frank Adero, he put a link for the Somali enterprise, and they were selling like tacos and burritos and other Mexican icon foods. Thank you, Taco, for that.
Yeah. I just clicked on it. Yeah, it's good one. Yeah.
It's good, yeah.
Well, the foods that they mix and match over there, it's nice. That's what I was wondering, innit? When I go back, I'm having that again, bro. Well, like, it's cheap food. It's really, really nice.
You should go, for you people out there that want an idea, go to a gay sub, buy one of those things, you're going to make a killing, man. Complete killing. I'm telling you now, man. I'm going to tell you now.
Man. The food is nice. It's creative, nice.
Yeah. Food is always going to be a winner, isn't it? Like, people always need food. Like, anyone who's got a good idea can make a lot of money from it.
I know, like, for me, when I go back home, I live girl for me, like, I want to see I want to see like a barbecue, like my the other day my cousin's in yo, big up Dusty in the building. Assalamu alaikum, my brother. Yeah, what was I gonna say to you? I was on saying, yeah, like my boy was he's a teacher in Saudi Arabia, yeah, and he was showing me the way they do it, like barbecue. You said it also mayan, yeah. I want to see something like that. You know where I'm coming from?
Yeah, we need to do some videos, but some Somali speaking videos. We could show people how to do that. Even this thing, like this is something you could do, Khalid. Yeah, you
Yeah,
get
my
in
bro.
contact with some. You could get in contact with someone like the guy back home with a truck. You could do like a video where you get how much it costs, what your average earning are, the market. Because someone like that, if he goes to a gay gets
Wallahi,
like
yo, GS, that's a great idea. If Khalid, yo, if you started connecting with people back home, oh my God, yo, that's crazy, you know.
Don't
Wallahi,
worry,
yo,
man. We've
that's
got
do
Umar
that,
right
bro.
here, man. I've got you guys in the share.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, like
Omar,
one-on-one
big-
videos,
work, innit?
one-on-one
Come on, man.
videos.
Yeah, like one-on-one videos. I call it. Yeah.
Where you
I'm
break down
planning.
the
I'm
actual.
planning. Wallah, inshallah, by next year, hopefully, everything. I'm planning to do a Somali trip by
Wallahi,
next year anyway.
Somali
actually,
what?
I'm
you
planning
know,
to do stuff on the north all the way down to the south.
Inshallah, inshallah.
maybe
Inshallah,
waxaa laga yaabaa investment markaa sameynaysid inaad dadka gobolada oo kale yani problem aa kala kulantid laakiin people in the city they're more waxa waaye yani developed right? They know everything, they know how this thing grows away. So wallahi magaalada muqdisho oo kale if you have actually interested in this thing it's waxa waaye great idea waaye qofka haduu idea la yimaado almost adoo 50,000 oo magaaladan la timid aa laga yaabaa inaa 200 500 almost inay yani ka qaadato magaaladan. So
Yeah.
dadku lacag way haystaan demanding u baahan like they don't have the supply. So, supply
you see the
dadka yani
thing.
ma haystaan.
You see, the thing is, Akhi, is like you mentioned earlier, like some of the hotels they have issues with the supplies for fruits and vegetables. The thing is, like we need like an agricultural revolution, like the way that our agriculture and the production of goods
Thank you.
at the moment is going on. It's like very old school, Muqtai. So we need to invest in that as well. So the people that are like they own the farms and so forth, we need to invest in that infrastructure because that is key to develop to have a modernization when it comes to restaurants and hotels, and these will be key to even take the next step. You know, there's different phases to this industrial revolution. So we need to infrastructure. We need to invest in the infrastructure.
I'm saying it's not even like, you know, when you grow your own food as well from Woodland Customer City, come on, man. Yourself, I'm
self-sustainable.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm losing my words to the guys, but you guys carry on anyway.
No, it's a good idea about making sure we support our, agriculture, making sure that we're, self-sufficient. Well, that is important. But even what I've noticed is a lot of Kenyans, they come to like Western Kenya Mukti to open up businesses. I remember I think seeing a video about one guy who had a chicken farm, and he did well from that. He made a lot of money from it. But we definitely need to do more of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of business opportunities. There's no doubt. Even just from even from us, like all the things that we know from the West. If somebody had the Muqdisho Hamar Tag, for example, there's so many opportunities he has because of the knowledge that he has. That maybe some of the locals that they don't have because they don't have the they don't have that technological know-how.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of opportunities, no doubt.
Definitely, especially chicken. Well, if you open up, because you think about eggs are you need eggs for a lot of things, don't you? So if you just open up a little chicken farm, make sure you get like a vet, just to make sure like in case they catch a disease or whatever, and then you got your suppliers, whoever wants it. You can make good money from that. Get a bit of land.
You can make a lot of money.
Also, education, bro. Education is like, for me, the education is number one. Like, because if you teach somebody, like, that old saying that they say, you can give somebody fish and you can feed him for a night, but if you teach somebody how to fish, and he's sorted for life.
Yeah.
So we need to teach as well. We need to have all these things that we know. We have to set up educational institutions, or we have to help the educational institutions that are there to contribute to be able to help the next generation as well, so they know all this stuff and they can implement.
Yeah, I've got an idea for that, like a money-making way that you could make money. It would be like, for example, if you had like schools, because a lot of the problems that happens back home in Somaliland is that a lot of the reasons why factories and small businesses go bust is because when you have a machine, you buy a machine, you don't have anyone to fix the machine for you.
No.
It's the biggest issue in Somaliland. I don't know if it's the same in the south. So what you could do is you could get all these machines that people have, and then you could put like, okay, there's this part. This is, for example, let's do. You have this oven. It's a universal oven throughout the city, and then you get these engineers from abroad, and then you get these engineers, and then you train each of one of them on the machines, so that when they break down, there's someone there to fix it.
Yeah, good idea.
So you basically standardize the equipment. So there's like, if you want an oven, if you want a thing, there's these are the ovens that we can fix, that we can do. So if you buy these ones, you have somebody we're gonna get one of our engineers or electricians to come and fix it for you. You see what I'm coming from? I think that's the next level that we need to work on. And kind of like touches into something that Bashir is doing, and it's like a market where literally if you just need to be really good with networking. And as I always say, I love some good marketing, and you literally have a business where the only things that's going out is the cost that you're employing the people that are training these people.
Yeah, GS, last time we were speaking about like different development ideas, and you mentioned 3D printing.
Yes.
They've got this machine now that can basically build a road. It's called 3D road building. It's crazy, wallah. It's I think they developed it in Holland or something like this company.
Yeah.
And you just put it down, the brick's already in there, and you just lay it and it levels it out. And it's not even that expensive. So something like that, or like that would just make things so much easier.
Yeah, it would make it so much quicker. This is why like when you look at the way how fast technology is going over the last 10, 15 years, and the way it's going to be in 20, 30 years. So I tell you guys, we have to plan for 2040, 2050 to be a developed country. If we could get our shit together when it comes to politics, that's actually very, very, very possible.
Yeah, I agree.
So, Jonas.
Jonas, you there?
Anyway.
Hello.
Yeah. You got anything to say, brother?
Yeah, about the machinery and all that. That's kind of true, though. When since extreme scarcity in terms of qualified person, essentially fixing machines. Therefore, companies will go bust. Absolutely, because machine is an asset, and a company, a company considers the asset to be very valuable, and it's the source of the company. If it goes bust and all that, then the creditors might take the asset as a way of monetary compensation thing.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely, bro. But what we gotta do is we gotta this is something where the Minister of infrastructure. This is like something simple, like get all these, standardize everything, and say if you wanna get an oven for bakery, this is the oven, and we're gonna train people on this, so that if you get this oven, you could have somebody to do it for you. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
We standardize our vocational course. This is something that it's not really that difficult. The people, I always get frustrated because stuff like this is so simple to do and implement. You just like,
but you need people. You need people to teach. The brother said there's a scarcity. There's a scarcity in the personnel.
But you could get a bunch of people from India or China, pay them, get 20 people. Get 20 people.
But why do we have to bring people from China?
I'll explain to you.
We have Somali brothers.
Brother, give me a second. I'll explain to you my logic. So you train them. So you get 20 Indians or Pakistanis. You pay them for £500. Then those 20 could train up to 100 Somali kids to get the technology in there. And all you're going to have to pay is the £500. Let's say £1,000. That's £20,000 a month. Over a year, that's £12,000. That's what 20. That's 200,000 pounds or whatever. My matches go all over the place, but something like that, 200,000 over a year. Then you train like 100, then those 100 could train another 100, and then you have like a cycle where you're starting to get stuff done. You see what I'm coming from, brother?
Yes, I do understand. Yeah.
Do you see why it's so important that we start building these structures and these systems? Because I feel like as Somalis we're terrible when it comes to building systems.
I understand
Yeah,
about system.
yeah,
You're
yeah,
talking
that's
about
true.
a system. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, to some extent there is some truth to it. But I think when it comes to that type of system, the way you explained it seems to be very simplistic and straightforward. But I think that people, who trying to establish a system or is essentially a primary participant of a creation of a system, they're bound to corrupt it. That's what I think. They're bound to
No, but stuff like this you
lead
can't
it
corrupt.
to astray.
You can.
You know, but you
But a
can't.
system, I
Yes.
understand, but a system is there to be, the regulations within a system is there to be broken.
No, of course.
But it's not there in the first place, though. That's what I can
To
say.
some
Like,
extent.
I'll give you an example, Eunice. Yeah, like they don't even have basic planning. You know, when people like want to build a house, you have to apply for planning permission. Yeah, usually, although you can't just put it anywhere. You know,
Yeah.
but even that, they just, I think, beginning to do it now. And I think, like, for example, Berbera Mayor, he gave a good idea where he said no goats are allowed to be in the city. They have to be outside because they just roam around. But in Hargeisa or Kala, they're all over the place. And they said since they took that initiative, for example, since they took that initiative, it's been so much better. And he said he made everyone has to plant a tree outside their house.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Is it in the city of Berbera or the district of Berbera?
Say again?
The district or the city in Berbera?
The city.
Oh, okay. Because I remember seeing goats around in Berbera and all that.
Yeah, no, but they changed it. It's a recent thing. The last, I think, 1 or 2 years, I don't know. But anyway, things like that, and even planning permission, they have to do it well. They have to, as the city grows, you have to have some, thinking before, people start building houses.
But Ahmed, this is what frustrates me is like, what's taking them so long? Like, this is not some sort of like, what do these people do?
Yeah, it's
what
not
is their job?
There's so many hurdles, brother. There's so much corruption. There's people that are just there for power.
Corruption, like
this is why you mentioned Israel, right? A lot of these people that come from the West, it's a grassroots system. The people that are building the country are the people. It's the people, right? So somebody has, for example, education or engineering. Somebody was a farmer. Somebody was a contractor. And all these people, they come and they start from the grassroots, point of view, and then they build up. You know what I'm saying? The people that you're relying on, the ministers and the people that are heading, these people, either they don't even know about these things, or they just, they don't have the know-how and they're not competent, really, to be honest.
We just need a good role model, don't we? That's all we need. It's a good role model and some good governance, and we can go far. But there is corruption. There is corruption. That's true.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Is like this is where I'm like we have to start like putting people accountable, because like you have all these supposedly qualified people that go back home, and that can't even implement something as simple as a system to train engineers within the country. So when you have like an oven or whatever kitchen equipment, whatever big stuff equipment, and you put on academic system, and you have all these people that have gone to UCL, have gone to these top universities, and they still not been able to do something.
How many of those are actually going back though, bro? Like how many Somali engineers are actually going back to Somalia and starting some kind of grassroots movement?
No, I'm talking about from a parliament perspective. I'm talking about you've got all these foreign educated MPs, and I'm like
politicians, Yanni.
Like what? Because you said I'm talking about foreign educated MPs who can't implement simple stuff.
You're talking about the politicians, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about foreign educated politicians. So you go to me, you went with the idea of let's get these guys back home, and I go to you, yeah, but stuff like what I just said now, which I just put a simple system for standardizing certain equipment in the country. Why hasn't the Minister of Education thought about that? Why isn't she put a concept into it? What do they do day to day?
I don't know. Like in my thought is probably there's many people there, like there's many factors involved, and also the resources. Like you might be a minister of education, right? But do you actually get the resources to implement the policies? That's another thing.
But Mohammed, even something like this is two ways you could do this. You could either go through the capitalist way, or you could go through the state way. The capitalistic way, where you give this contract to an agency and you say, train these people, we won't pay you, but no one else is allowed to train them. You train them, or you the government, get 20 people and start training them. So there's two ways you can, because what I'm talking about is, like, for example, when you work in Sainsbury, okay, I'll give you a case study. When you work in Sainsbury, all the bakery equipment, bakery, there's an agency that they call to fix them for them. Do you get it? So that agency makes money from Sainsbury, because Sainsbury, every time there's a machine that breaks down, Sainsbury calls up that agency for those electricians, and then they send them. But that agency also trains its staff on those equipment. So why isn't there agencies in Somalia or Hargeisa that can train these people? Say, okay, if you buy this oven, we have the people here to fix these type of ovens for you. So if you buy them, when you send up for example, you open up a bakery and you're worried that if your equipment breaks down, there's no one there back home to fix it. Yeah. So you get these agencies, and you're like, you buy these ovens to break your bread, we have the equipment to fix you. This is like,
but you're simplifying it though, brother, because there's so many uncertainties there. Like you're saying, like the bakery, right? Okay, a bakery, which machineries are we talking about, right? Are we going to be certain that people are going to use this particular type of machinery? There's a lot of things there.
When I'm saying to you, standardize, do you know what standardize means? So you basically say, in Somaliland, these are the machines that are, like, for example, when a person's opening up a bakery, he has to go to himself, if I buy these machines, who's going to fix these machines? Who's got training on these machines? Do you get it? So there's not even that much of a planning where you're like, I've opened up this factory, but now I've got these people and they're not even trained on it, because there's not that confidence and that skill that has been implemented. So this doesn't even require the government. It's going to require an entrepreneur setting up a training facility and charging people to be taught how to do it. It could mean where the politician says, you know what, I've got 18, 19-year-olds. Let me get a bunch of 20-year-old, 20 Indian or Chinese or wherever from, pay them £500, and then you train these kids, and then for 2-3 years, then I've got my whole crop, and then those people train other people, and now you just build up the standard. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to break everything down into making something that's mystical and difficult into simple steps that we can make that can have a dramatic effect on the standard of work and the standard of business level back home.
You need to move to Hargeisa, GS, to implement all of this.
Me, I'm starting on my psychedelic business, bro.
Yeah, in Hargeisa?
No, my one's like I'll tell you my one. My one's like an app. So it's like a meditation app.
Yeah.
So it's like a meditation app, and it's also a breathwork app, so breathing app. So it's called Transcended Mind, and you just download it, and then you have the clinics, which is worldwide. And then with this,
what is medication?
Psychedelics, they're psychiatry medicine, breakthrough psychiatry medicine. So then you have like, for example, stuff like psilocybin, MDMA. So basically, you go there, you take it, you have a psychotherapy. So and then you have these medicine with the psychotherapy in the hospital, 6-8 hours to help you with depression, anxiety, PTSD. And then the other stage is where I get a bit like I'm a pharmaceutical company, and then I get people where I sell this medicine to people in Egypt, or in Somaliland, or in America, or in Caribbean, and where I become the supplier of these medicines.
Oh, so did you say it's an app?
So I'll give you this: the 3 ways we make money. The first way is through our in-house clinics. So you go over there, you pay £2,000-3,000, go to our clinic, and for a day or two, and then you get psychotherapy with MDMA or psilocybin, or right now ketamine. The second thing you do is you can also download our app and have like Headspace meditation, and basically just meditate and learn how to meditate and do breath work there. And the third way we do it is when you basically, for example, I'll give you an example. Ethiopia needs psilocybin in the country, so it needs a high grade level of psilocybin that doesn't kill people. So you need to go to a company, we produce the psilocybin and send it to you as a supplier.
Okay. Are you gonna start in the UK first? Is it?
Yeah. Well, so my first target is the UK. So we're building the app. We're also going to do a crowdfunding. So for people that don't know about crowdfunding, it's where you go Kickstarter or Indigo, and you say, you know what, I need £200,000. Please put it forward. This is the concept. I'll give you some like free stuff in return. And that's the first stage what we're going to do. Hopefully, by the end of the year, we should reach that level. My idea is basically why I have two markets. I have the Muslim market, which is basically countries that are war-torn, that have a lot of PTSD, a lot of trauma, a lot of anxiety, that need a cost-effective way for mental health. Because one in four people, like 2.5 billion people, will be diagnosed with mental health. So there's a gigantic market for that. And that's like within the Muslim community because of the war on terror. The second objective is the ethnic minority communities in Britain, in America. A lot of the revolution that's happening has not been around with these people. So like trying to make it hip so that these communities can have access to these important.
Guys, I've got to go. Good night.
All right. Good night. Yeah, Gia. So you're looking to get this crowdfunding like by the end of the year, basically.
Jonas, take care, man. Okay, no. Carry on, lads.
Yeah, by the end of the year, that's the project. So by the end of the year, we should start our plan.
It's got potential, man.
Yeah.
Basically, any adverts or anything, let me know, man. I'll pump it out here.
Yeah.
Basically,
yeah, it's $1 trillion industry. Like what I believe, it's $1 trillion industry. It's bigger than the weed industry because the weed industry, there's people that smoke weed for recreation, and you can't. There's not a system to get it through to government. With psychedelics is because MDMA has already gone through the FDA phase 3, so it's a breakthrough technology. It's a breakthrough drug, and psilocybin, which is one of the ingredients in magic mushrooms. So these are already being regarded by the FDA as breakthrough technologies. The reason why I'm getting into it is because they're off patent.
They're what? Say again?
They're off patent.
They're off patent.
There's no patent for them.
Ah, I see. Okay.
So that's where the market is. Plus, when you go to, for example, Iraq or even Iran actually legalized psychedelic for spiritual and therapy.
Yeah.
So like the Iranians said that you could do it under the guidance of a Muslim doctor. You could do it as therapy. So there's no like in the medical sense. There's no like it's not like weed where people are just wanted to do it for recreation use. But as medicine, there's nothing to stop anyone. There's no Muslim scholar that's going to tell you as a medicine we're going to stop you or we're going to think no. There's nothing that exists there right now. What I've done my research. As long as it's only for medicine.
Well, it's got good potential, man. Inshallah, we'll make it work.
Definitely. I promise you guys. Give me 4 years and you're looking at least $1 billion company. I might sell it for 13 million though.
Like your confidence, man.
I love it. Come on. Or maybe he's on LSD right now. We don't know. Maybe we want to go on.
We have to do a drug test on you, man. First.
What did you say? Ahmed?
I said we have to do a drug test on you just to make sure that like you're not, what you're saying.
Not taking it.
I love the energy. Like, just keep it up, man, and don't forget it. And don't forget, people like us is like we have so much power to build our own country. Just put even if you just have one foot in our country, and then the other foot maybe you're thinking about other things. You want to be a billionaire. Mashallah, it's good. It's good to have aspiration.
Definitely. No,
it's a big difference, GS. Wallahi, if you get to where you inshallah hope to, like, look at the impact you can have.
Definitely, man. Definitely. That, to be honest with you, I was going to start as a non-profit, and then I realized it comes down to power at the end of the day. You could either start as a non-profit and have no power, or you could turn it, because there's another company, and I've been working on this for like 2-3 years now, yeah. And there was another company that did it, and it went on the stock market for £1.2 billion.
Wow.
I'm like, what the hell? Like, why am I going to put it as a non-profit and take away all that power and influence to put my ideas, my concepts, my philosophy into the country?
Yeah.
Or I'll just be that guy who just a hippie guy who just gets ripped off. Like, do you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah. You have to take ownership. Yes, definitely.
Yeah, you have to take ownership, and you have to say to yourself, you know what? Do you want power, or do you want to do a good thing? It might feel good to give all these people free medicine, but at the end of the day, when you die, if you don't bring those infrastructure, if you don't build those ideas, because thinkers make society. You have to understand this.
Ideas.
It's the thinkers that make society. So you want to be a thinker and you have something to share, you're gonna put it into the society, man.
Definitely.
Maybe this is the problem with the kind of information sharing. Like has
Yeah, Somalis, wallah, this is the biggest hurdle, like the hasad and the jealousy, wallah, is too much.
I don't think we're hasad. I think we didn't have the technology before.
No,
bro, wallah, there's a lot of hasad. There's a lot of hasad in Somali.
What did you say?
I said we're definitely hasad.
No, but I think everyone's hasad. I think when you look at other cultures, what we have done, most people are not as giving as Somali people. So I just think what we have is we have a system where we don't get rid of the bad apple, like the bad people in our communities. Like one bad apple, one bad innocent, one tribe killing another tribe, one lunatic killing another person could start a whole civil war in the country.
My bro, there's a lot of like internal hasad. Like if somebody succeeds, for example, people always looking at the with a rolling eye, and there's a lot of this, and you can't deny it. It's like every Somali knows this.
I don't see that.
Yeah, we do. We have a udub called hasad nimo.
Yeah, it's true.
والله ونسكو دايقنا والشكي بعض نسكو حدنا.
Yeah.
أما بالشيء على اللقطين I don't know. I've seen that.
No. You know what? I don't know. Maybe I haven't been around Somali people enough, but I feel like that's just people's mentality. There's a competition. There's a hustle. But I don't think when you look at
hustle.
It's not a competition thing, really. It's more just whoever wants to get somewhere, well, Hasidion is just trying to drag him down.
Exactly.
That mentality is not like, okay, he's doing well, try and compete.
Are you talking about government? Are you talking about private companies?
Talking about the people.
The people
I don't agree with you. If you told me when it comes to politics, I would say to you that exist. When it comes to politics, I would honestly say to you that exist. But when it comes to private companies, like I've seen people whose parents borrowed them all their monies. I've seen people who've invested in their children. Like I've seen that, man.
That's what is like they're just investing in themselves, basically. Like we're talking about Somalis in general. They have a lot of internal hasad. Like if Fulan, for example, he becomes something or he wants to become something, people always look like, what's he doing? This guy, this is like common knowledge, honestly.
Exactly, Muhammad, you're right.
But that's different from hasad. That's like, for example, when me and Khalid was talking about, if you go to them 5 years ago, I'm starting a social media marketing agency 5 years ago, they would have thought you were crazy. But that's because we're very dogmatic in our thinking.
Man, very conservative. It's not that. They literally do not want you to succeed. They're envious.
Envy, that's different from than hasad. Envy is different.
But that's literally hasad. That's the definition of hasad.
No, but hasad
is
spoils something for you.
No, hasad is someone who will not clear a bit.
No, actually, I think hasad it can be even worse because the actual definition is ill will, like ill intention, basically. Just wanting bad for you, not necessarily being jealous or envious. It could be worse, actually.
Yeah, it's a bad disease, man. I think there's even the hadith in a way it goes, jealousy consumes good works like fire consumes wood. Do you know what I mean? So people it's what udhr really, like what Khalid said, what udhr really. That's the truth. The disease was in the heart.
See, wallahi, bro, this is why I say education for us, like Somali, the future of Somalia is like education. When I say education, I don't just mean like learning how to read and write and mathematics. Even like principles, we need to learn principles. Like we need to install new, like not new, like we have a lot of. I'm not trying to like hate on our culture. We have a lot of good things about our culture. Like we have a lot of hurdles, like internal hurdles that we need to get rid of. And the most effective way to get rid of some of these hurdles is through education, teaching our next generation principles that will elevate them, like on a mental state, on a mindset level.
And equality as well, Muhammad. It's very important because wallahi, the truth is, I believe anyway, one of the things handicapping us is the inequality. Like, for example, that we know it, like with GAN, things like the underclass.
Sorry.
We don't care about them, we don't give
ignorance.
And there's
Ignorance.
something that I don't know. It's almost like hypocrisy because we're
Yeah.
saying Muslim ban nahay, but
So-
then we behave in the opposite when it comes to that factor. Like even hata, like I'm not gursado, all these things. You know, it's, we haven't
Facts. Wallahi,
we haven't
facts.
come, we haven't really faced it.
Facts. Wallahi, speaking haq.
Yeah, I agree with you when it comes to that, but I don't think that's hasid. I honestly, I
Yeah,
don't get
I
this
wouldn't
hasid
go as
concept.
far as saying hasid either.
Yeah, I
sorry,
know.
but
I don't. just
I
gonna
wouldn't
say
say
that.
the hasid.
Yeah,
Well,
I wouldn't say that as well, bro. I think that's like a cop out. Like we've got our own problems. So basically, people that are not emotionally stable, they're not enlightened. Like this is important. I think like within the Somali culture over the last 30 years, while we've gained all of this stuff, our actual consciousness, in my humble opinion, actually has gone down. I think-
But don't you see it as a problem though, GS?
I do, but I have
As in,
solutions
like,
for
for
it.
example, we still haven't, up to now, 2020, there's people like Matakana that are just almost like, the India, they got the caste system. It's the same in it. Like they don't exist. They're invisible.
Yeah, I see what I know what you're talking about in that
Don't
aspect. I think
it bother you though?
that's absolutely wrong. That's totally wrong. But that also has to do with poverty and
Does
in
that have
my
to, though?
opinion, no, it does because once you have a country that's like you have a okay. In my humble opinion, people in Somalia, apart from a certain group within Somalia, don't really talk about tribalism. The people that talk about tribalism are the people that are in the elite and are around the politics of the country. But the actual day-to-day person in Somalia, no one talks about tribalism. No one's a Gabialada. Like this is the thing. But what happens is the people that are in politics are separate from the actual culture within the country, and we have to somehow put them together.
But the tribes, they have leaders. And those leaders, ultimately, they govern the whole tribe. So if they have qabiyalat, it doesn't really matter if the average people don't have qabiyalat, because essentially that's what happened. When we went to war, that's what happened.
Yeah,
What's wrong with having tribal leaders, though? That doesn't
I'm not
make
saying
it
there's
tribal.
anything wrong with that. I'm not saying anything
too much
wrong with that.
influence. He's saying
But he
there's too much
said
influence.
the elite have qabiyalat. So what I'm saying is the elite, if we say the elite, for example, they're the tribal leaders, they have qabiyalat, then it doesn't, that's what ultimately will matter. That's what ultimately would hurt them, because they will make the decisions, they have the influence.
That's true, but then that's why stuff like why I'm working on my personal mission. That's my whole project, is to enlighten those elite, to enlighten those things by making them think differently, and that's what my whole project's about.
Education, and yeah.
No, but
In this day and age, Horta, we shouldn't even be having elites. Tribal leaders.
But the tribal leaders serve a purpose, don't they?
What did you say, Ahmed?
Yeah.
I said the tribal leaders serve a purpose, a very important purpose, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we can't get rid of them, man.
But we've given them too much, because in my opinion, the people that are secular in the country are not doing their job properly. And let's be frank, let's just discuss it. Let me go on a rant about secular people in our country, the people who are supposed to be intellectual, the people who don't really follow religion.
What did you say, secular?
Yeah, they're not doing their job.
What do you mean by secular?
I'm talking about
politicians.
The intellects within the country that are secular don't have
What
any.
do you mean by secular?
I mean the people that don't conduct themselves, that are not religious in the country, are the ones that cause a lot of problems in our country. That can cause a lot of trouble in our country.
Oh.
So do you see where I'm coming from? I'm not talking about the inner group. I'm talking about the elite. Because I don't know if this is the same.
Give us an example, though. Like
okay. In Somaliland, the politicians they tend not to be religious whatsoever. And in my experience, they tend to be actually quite educated, but the reality is they don't get anything done.
Yeah.
They're not all like that.
They're not even educated though.
Normally, I go on a rant about Salafism, I'm not going around about them. I'm leaving them alone today. I'm going around about what I would call the corrupt liberal Somali guy who chews chard and who's a politician and who doesn't help his community.
We don't want liberal, man. Man, what are we going to use?
But there are people like that in Somalia, and they're not functioning. You see what I'm coming from?
Should we ban God?
What do you say?
Should we ban God?
This is the thing. God's not the problem, Walo. The problem we have, in my opinion, is
We say
Man.
hello, walk on the boy Dusty. So what's going on?
Assalamu alaikum, brother. How you doing?
عليك السلام معناتها topic في عما ودينا.
Yeah. Thank you, bro. So what's your name today? Somali what?
Yeah, bro, that's what I'm saying. معناتها I got فكرة ديال باني for the topic.
Go ahead, man.
Continue. Speak louder though.
Yeah, speak a bit louder.
Yeah. This is as loud as it goes, أخي. You know my mic situation, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah, so inshallah. So yeah, you guys had seen success عمل سماعة. So
Success, failure, recovery, and all of that. Go on, bro.
Yeah.
I want to just pick up my brother from Mogadishu, Abdullahi, Abdurrahman, Walala. Salam Sare. Go on. Hurry up.
ويركي.
Wasahibke, he's my troll from Mogadishu. I love him. Even though, one time we're gonna chew. I'm gonna cuff them into and we're gonna look at each other and say, I love you, my brother. Carry on, Dusty.
Yeah, أخي. So مقعيقة وأوتشي دي سماعة. So
مو معناه.
So فكرتن وفكرة جابانيس كايزن على ده عملوا حواي قابي دولة بدن يو شخصيات بدن أي راعين. Basically فكرتهم حكوا ساب سنتاي سمعت هرمر جوكتا عمل. So like instead of عمل you're doing a lot of struggling and striving. حسمانسا little steps عمل. And you're doing it habitually عمل. So it's better جوكتا. So I was looking at like just last week عمل. Vietnam, Japan, and دولتها دون صوب بربرين. And I was thinking to myself, عمل Somalia, it's just 30 years عمل عم بربرين سماعة. So Japan, these guys, America leveled them. They had nothing. They went through Hiroshima, Nagasaki, وحنودن. And then now عمل the leading country for technology and around the world. So I was thinking like they must have like techniques or strategies to get them to this place. And then I came across this Saudi Arabian guy who was promoting Saudi Kaizen Amal. And then I saw Maga Kaizen Amal and it sounded Japanese. So I looked into it, and obviously Maga just means change for good Amal. So it's
Continuous improvement. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So and then obviously وحي كسر sometimes وحي ديرته صارتا وحقبت كارير سماه. So halkii like for example maalintii hawl laba saacadood samaan lahayd oo iska dayn lahayd afterwards waxaa ka fiican 5 minutes camal samaysid oo sii wadwadid. So in Somalia camal like even the menial tasks that 5 minutes camal ay shirkadaha sameeyaan ay ku ficnaadaan, then like inshallah in 10-20 years عمل they're gonna get better and you're gonna see huge improvements. So this philosophy USA باستعمالها as well, Germany, a lot of big countries. So it's just basically just focusing on production. And then if you look at companies like Toyota عمل and all of these companies, Mercedes يوبا quality ما كتير عن سماه. But why do you think Toyota عمل is the leading company in production of cars? And you know, even I was looking at the staff as well. So Japan, they don't have that much manpower like China. At the same time, we like they got more quality in terms of production. So this strategy, this is the one they deploy in every single sector of the business, of the technique, what's it called? For some other. So technically they use this, in business they use this, in football, everything they use this strategy, Kaizen. So I'm saying Somalia, maybe we might have to use this strategy.
Yeah, I agree with you, brother. It's called incremental development. Actually, you know Dominic Cummings, Boris Johnson's advisor? He has a concept of forecasting which is similar to this, where he says like basically that forecasting is the idea that even when you look at experts and people that are normal, the actual ability to tell what's going to happen in the future, their ability to forecast certain habits and trends are not are equal. They practically they're not. There's not that much of a significant difference. And what you're talking about is basically every day coming up with a project, saying this is what we need. For example, what I was talking about before about standardizing equipment back home in the gay sites. That's basically the philosophy that I was coming from, which is the idea you get this stuff, and then every day you move forward, and then you put the system down, and then you're like, why are we not improving? What can we do? What are the small objectives? The small objectives we can hit. What are the medium term objectives that we can hit? And what are the long term objectives that we can hit? This is what we should be doing. The problem with Kaiser in Somalia is there's no fucking accountability. That's what's destroying our country.
Yeah, I got a question actually for Dusty. So it's a good lie. This is the first time I heard of it actually. I haven't heard of it before. So my question, Dusty, is can you give an example of something that we could implement right now using that, like I don't know, industry that you can think of that would be effective?
Yeah, okay, you can use it. The government also they can use it, but if you're talking about شخصية هذا, then it's talking about individually. It's basically just doing something with less time, but more habitually. So, let's say, for example, you were thinking about, like you guys were talking about what restaurants or like bakeries and stuff, opening bakeries in Somalia. So if you've got an idea or business idea, Amal, you can strive to improve on that idea every single day, Amal. So like, let's say one day you map up your business plan. And then the next day, at least every single day, you spend 5 minutes on doing something to further that plan. Then essentially it's going to come into fruition. Instead of if you have the plan and you work at it for 10 years or even 5 years or whatever, and in the end you just leave it off. If you do, like, let's say until minutes العمل انت كل شيء سدوا. So
very good idea. What they should do is teach it in school. That's what I think, because if you know, people have to get this idea in their head, and it will help, definitely.
That's what they're good at somehow. The Japanese, they have all these mindset things.
Yeah, they are good. It is that, but I wouldn't say it's only that. I think they have an understanding of how to rule the country, and that's their first step. That's the one thing they have. They have like a systematic understanding of how to rule the country. Well, what I'm going to say as well is like back to my point of the secular liberals and them not doing their job properly, and their failure and their corrupt nature. How would that come into it? Like, so do we train MPs and give them like, yo, this is what we want the MPs to do. These are the objectives. This is what we want the MPs to do. This is our plan for our MPs, and hold them accountable.
I would say so. I would say so. Because the thing is, accountability is very important, and they have to be set objectives. You know, you got targets to meet. Do you know what I mean? And if you don't meet these targets, then it's not like you can't just get away with it. You know, you have to either be replaced or be trained or be whatever. But if you're just sitting there, you're not doing nothing, then you're not benefiting anyone.
They just talk shit, bro.
Yeah, you're not benefiting anyone.
They talk shit.
You need results. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, personally, I don't think any of this will work, to be totally honest with you.
What, the Kaizen idea?
No, the Kaizen idea is a good idea, but this accountability and.
But don't you think accountability plays a big part in Kaizen, though?
Yeah, but how?
No. In politics, Amal, if you have Kaizen is just for productivity, Amal. It's not going to hold people accountable.
But then how will it work? How is it going to work in government?
Let's say, for example, that's what I'm saying. It's an idea for Dawlat and for Shakhsi, innit? So it's not just limited to Dawlat. So obviously we can apply it for ourselves, and then obviously as a community it can work holistically. But for government, it has to work from the top down. It can't work from the other way around.
Exactly, it will not be effective
individually. It can work. No, it can work individually. Like, let's say a company, one big Somali company, Amal, let's say Hormuz company, starts using Kaizen, and then it trickles down to other companies. It can work like that as well. But if we're talking about government and accountability, that's going to be a long shot, because even the elections now are getting bought by what's it called, UAE, and all of these countries are buying. You saw these guys meeting in Kenya, somehow.
Mm. So what you're saying is we're better off just individually and company wise implementing it, and just for now, just forget about Dawlad.
Yeah, for now, yeah.
Okay.
Forget about Dawlad, man.
Yeah, makes sense. That's logical for me.
Yeah, but
There's some.
but the problem we have is we can't really forget about Dawlad because everything that we're connected to is about the government.
Well, we have to do GS really.
Ahmed, like Somaliland right now, the problems that it has is not because of the private sector, it's because of the public sector. Even though, and I'll give them credit, I actually think the Musa government, out of all the governments that we've had, is the best government that we've had, actually.
Yeah, they've done well. They've done well in some respects. You know, some things they're not done good, but
yeah.
You know what? Like for example, Dusty is saying with a company, they have minimal government involvement, right or wrong.
No, but that's like your daily target. So like with them, when you're talking about Kaiser, you'd be like, what are the objectives? What needs to be done today? It's like, there is no, like, this is my problem. It's like Famaja. Like the problem with Somalia and Somaliland is it's like a startup without a CEO. So our CEOs and Musa, he's got a lot of work to do left to prove me wrong. But Musa, when it comes to Somali politics, brilliant. When it comes to implementing developed world philosophies and accountabilities, maybe not so. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
So how do we train the Minister of Education and basically, for example, the Somaliland syllabus? It should be based on the Islamic Golden Age. Like any person who has a problem they should do their history on the Islamic Golden Age because that would inspire them to become better in their thinking. Do you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I hear you.
So at school, if you educate the kids and you're like, oh, this is what we were doing. Well, this is what happened when Islam was open, tolerant, peaceful, was ahead of everyone in the world. These are the skills that I had.
Yeah, I think, when it comes to implementing Kaizen in a company, we have to think of how we're going to promote that, How are we going to get the Somali companies like Hormuz, Habshil to take up this way?
Yeah, it's basically a system. It's basically a system.
I'm never going to take it, bro.
Well, but it's a system.
Yeah,
so where it is, it's like, the planning and the strategy that we were talking about before, that's where it is. It's all about the planning and the strategy and then moving that and working that every day and making it better.
Yeah, generally, we need to have a structure in it.
In IT, obviously, I think Somalia has the 7th cheapest rates in the world, Sama.
Yes.
So 7th cheapest internet rates in the world. So in that respect, they're doing good. Like obviously, the government has to do more in it, but obviously, it's about not relying on them because part of the whole Kaizen philosophy is just to get the most productivity as quick as possible for as long as possible. So obviously, in your lifetime, how long are you going to wait on the government, Amal? It's not realistic. So you might.
Allah is true. It's true, Allah. What the brother he just wrote, Ragi. Forget relying on the government to lead. We lead with success, and they will naturally follow. Has to be a grassroots movement.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant idea.
When GS says Somalia is like a startup, Amal, how can it be a startup? How can it be a company at all when in a company, Amal, the done good way in it? So but if it's a government, Amal, it's corrupt in it. So it's one person's interest. It's not everybody's interest.
Yeah, the reason I'm saying to you, it's a startup.
Everybody's interest. There's no problem.
There's no leader there. I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah, it's a metaphor. So like when you have a new company, you need to build all the system and structure into that country, that company, and the culture of the company. So Somaliland doesn't have the systems and the structure. That's why stuff that we're talking about today should have been dealt with years ago, but it hasn't been dealt with because when an MP comes into power, he has to basically start a whole system and a whole structure. And that's where the problem comes from because those systems or structures are not strong enough or good enough to take us out of poverty. Do you see where I'm coming from?
So
yeah,
do you
I understand.
do you think like a businessman is needed to take power, Amal?
No, but
now we
I'm
have
giving you
all
an
these
example.
politics.
It was an example, but don't take it literal, brother. Don't be flowing with your thinking. I'm giving you like an example. It doesn't have to. It's not fixed. Nothing's fixed. What I'm saying to you is the problem you have with Somaliland is it was a totally new country. But when you look at it from a business sense, it was a startup. So it needs to build all the right culture, all the right systems, right infrastructure, and put this into the way it's done, the way it moves as a government. Because at the end of the day, a business and a government is probably similar things. You have to break even. You have to get money to come in. You need to invest in equipment and stuff, which is education. So there's a resemblance. So like that's why I'm just trying to give you like business philosophy and put it to government and tell you why the government sector is doing really bad and why the business sector is doing really well.
You know what I was
Yeah, but
thinking
that's
the
what
other day about
doing things
there's a lot of Somalis, got a lot of diaspora. Go on, Dusty.
No, actually, just go ahead. I just want to say, doesn't he think obviously if it's like a business, don't you think a businessman should lead the whole thing? I'm like a CEO of the company.
Well, lead Somalia you're talking about.
But yeah, go ahead, Ahmed.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Oh, go on.
No, in general,
a business,
he said
bro,
obviously,
businessman. And what I'm saying to you, it doesn't have to be.
government should be run like a business. Then, if it's run like a business, then the businessman lead it.
If he has that technical ability, why not? I don't have a problem with that as long as he's not corrupt.
Yeah, Donald Trump is a businessman.
As long as he's not corrupt, and actually, as long as he's not like Donald Trump, where his dad was rich. But then, for example, Egal was probably the best. Egal was probably the best prime minister in Somaliland history because he was a leader at a time where leadership was really important, and where he brought the peace amongst the people, tribes, sat them down, put a structure inside them, gave them money, gave all the tribes that were feuding money, settled them down, told their sons, "Oh, if you don't start doing all this crime, I'm gonna lock up your son. If you kill another person, that's eye for eye." So he implemented all of the system. But the type of leader we needed when Somaliland was forming is not the type of leader we need right now. So in the next 5-6 years, what we need is totally different. Do you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I do. But you know, like rich people, if they what do you call it, are successful, that's good for a country. You know that, don't you? Because they create jobs.
What did you say?
Really?
Yeah, I said the rich companies and rich people is always good for a country because
Can I just answer one question? Someone in the chat said that I like big government. I mean, I'm not a big government guy, but I like government to be actually functioning and to do their job and to be accountable. Like,
No, he said, do you think it's necessary for us, not society, to function? What did he say? To succeed. Yeah, is it necessary for the people
No,
to
you
succeed?
don't need a big government. A big government for Somalia or Somaliland, wherever you want to say it, it's actually a terrible idea. What we need is accountability within those people are getting paid to do their fucking job. They have to do their fucking job properly. That's the problem with our country. People get paid to do their job, and they don't do their job effectively. And that's why we have a mess, because people are saying, "Oh, no one knows what's the job of what's the job of a minister? What is his daily chores? What is he supposed to do?"
Tasks. Yeah, they're all given tasks. Yeah, but like, you know, what Ahmed said, like having wealthy people create jobs. It's something. That's the whole point of not relying on government. That, you know, you shouldn't rely on government.
No, I'm not, guys. I'm not saying we have to rely on government. But for me, in Somaliland, for 30 years, the private sector has been doing a great job, but the public sector
not really great job. Like
I know, okay. But when you look at the economical development from the private sector, it has been enormous. The private sector has run Somaliland.
Yeah, but it's like it's a given because we were in a very bad state, so it's a given.
It shows you though, Mohammed, if they done that good without a government, do you need a government in the first place?
We can have a government, but
that opens a door for the argument for anarchy. An anarchist, like, you know, where everything is just businesses, you know, like, you know.
Well, CD doesn't open the question of, is the government getting in the way of people doing business?
Yeah, well, that's a real argument. I can actually see the argument.
The question is, brothers, the question is, does the government even have that proper authority? Realistically speaking, Like even had
Realistically,
the government in
like,
Somalia,
don't even collect taxes.
yeah, even the government in Somalia had the policies that they try to implement. It barely even goes outside Mogadishu. Like they don't have that kind of authority. Like this
But
is
do you
why,
think that's because we as a Somali people, that we're anarchic in nature, like as in we don't really like authority?
bro. It can't. I mean, I don't know, Allah alam, but there's a power vacuum there to begin with, Muqtai, and we have a tribal system, which kind of it works because without this tribal system where you have tribal leaders to keep everybody in check, it would be chaos, Muqtai. So this is why I think ultimately, personally, I don't even think democracy will ever work for the Somalia. I think Somalia needs like some kind of structured system that people like have authority, and we need competent people at the top, like in this, like everybody, let's have let's vote for this guy, for that guy. It's not gonna work.
Yeah, you know what it is, man, is the transparency. Like, I don't know, obviously you probably heard of cryptocurrency and blockchain, yeah? Where they don't want to have like a central authority, like a bank. It's a different kind of system. And the problem with kind of Somalia is that, okay, the question I was going to ask was, Somalia's got a lot of diaspora all over the world. Should we have like a diaspora tax where everybody gets like, I don't know, 10%, 20% of their wages? It has to go back home. But then the question people say is, I don't want to give it to corrupt politicians. They're going to just...
I think it already happens, bro. Like clan leaders. Clan leaders, they come to the house. So we had, like my mom and dad know this guy. He's our clan. They collect taxes from the clan. I don't know if it's like an actual thing. I asked my parents. But they're saying like, huh?
The Ugas.
Yeah, like an Ugas, someone that collects taxes for the clan, innit? That sends it back home, sort of thing.
Yeah, they do have that. You're right. Well,
you got a representative in London, but that's what basically they are like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a representative, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, for Tolka.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to think about is not from like a tribal element; it's from like a national element. Do you get what I'm trying to say? As in, if we could have something wherever we could see what's going on with it. Do you know what I mean? As in, like, instead of having a small impact, where there's usually like something happens, like hard that and everyone has to contribute.
Yeah. So I just want to go back.
It's not joined up. Do you get what my point? It's not really joined up.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to go back to something that Ahmed said. Does government actually stop business from happening? Like Ahmed made the point, and I just want to ask that question. I want to say, in a way, it does. But the role of the government is because within I'm a partial capitalist, but the problem with capitalism is only good for capitalism.
Partial capitalist, I'm done.
Yeah. No, hear me out. So like,
now every week is something new with you. One
but I am.
I headbang, I go disco in the mosque. I don't know. I'm on LSD. I can't keep up, GH. Thanks to you, I can't really. But like, okay.
I function. Hear me out. The problem with
shades. I like Dusty, fam.
But the thing is, with unfettered capitalism without rules of Hargeisa, you start having GMOs. There's like people bringing GMOs to Hargeisa or Somaliland or Somalia. You have this problem where if you don't have like
GMO, what's a GMO?
Genetically modified organism.
Crops.
And I thought as a GMF.
Yeah, GMO. So once you have those crops, you can't use other crops in that area again. Basically means that capitalist corporation that literally owns that piece of crop, because for the rest of its life it has to come from that crop. That's the crazy thing. So when you have all these issues, even when you look at like in Somaliland, I'm only talking about Somaliland because in Somalia we have a really strong private sector. But when you look at the injustice that's happening, like these guys, these very rich people, the level of tax they pay is nothing. I mean, these guys, they don't pay tax whatsoever, like any real tax. I'm talking about rich people. I'm not talking about people in their $50 tax in their home, or I'm talking about multi-million-dollar corporations that don't pay any significant amount of taxes.
It's the same in the UK. Google and Amazon pay like 3%.
No, the UK, they do pay taxes. There is a tax system because
I'll
tell you how they pay taxes.
Yes, I'm talking about the big companies.
Let me finish. They have to pay.
Amazon, they said that.
Listen, give me a second. When you say like when you pay people like $200, yeah, and then you tax those $200, or when you pay people $1,000, yeah, and you tax that $1,000, because there's a minimum wage, the actual government actually does, indirectly pay tax. They do pay taxes. They have to pay taxes. They do pay, like, for example, corporations on VAT on stuff that they buy. They do mostly pay taxes when they have like.
No, I disagree, GS. But I don't think Google paid the same tax as other companies. They pay minute.
No, Google's a new company, bro. Google's a new company, but even Google, they still pay taxes, bro.
But I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the percentage they pay.
Yeah, they evade. They use loopholes and stuff like that and take tax havens. Yeah.
Yeah, but you have to understand, when Google don't pay taxes, that's because they say, you know what, we're gonna build this big place, big center somewhere, and we're gonna use that to do a tax deduction. Do you get it?
Yeah, they're corruption. You saying that?
No,
they
not
also
corruption.
use deductions though. They also use tax havens. They use
That's
other
true.
countries.
But Britain still has an incredible amount of tax revenue that's coming into its country.
Yeah,
well, that's down to the size, isn't it? It's very simple, isn't it, GS? For example, Amazon is a big employer, so the UK, they're going to let them get away with things. Otherwise, they'll just take their business somewhere else.
So exactly.
But in Somaliland,
businesses are bullies or like.
It's simple.
It's life. It's the reality.
But that's what happens when you have uncontrolled capitalism. When you have unfettered, uncontrolled capitalism.
What are you gonna do? If you throw them out, they're gonna move their headquarters. They're gonna just employ Chinese workers.
No, but I'm talking about Somaliland. If these people don't want to pay their taxes to Somaliland, they should be in the country, man.
GMOs.
I'm talking about Somalia. I'm not talking about this. We have a big different problem, brother.
Yeah, the GMOs.
Yeah, like if you're bloody not paying your taxes, if you're not contributing to the society, if you're not paying people, like for example, when Ford started hiring people, Ford invented 5-day working fees because they realized if you make people work, let's say 7 days a week, where are they going to spend their money? That's why Ford said, you know what, let's have 5 days for work and 2 days off. In Somaliland, you have a problem where you have these people that work 13, 14 hours a day, and they never see their family.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, like Japan, they work 60 hours a week, something like that.
Yeah, they work some ridiculous hours. People actually literally drop dead.
Yeah,
in the middle of the road.
What they found is that it's actually less productive. Can you imagine that?
What did you say?
Even though they work like 60 hours and people literally they die on the job in like, I don't know, 14, 15 hours a day. Yeah. When it comes to productivity, they're less productive than like the countries that work 40 hours a week.
That's craziness.
So all they're doing is a culture energy. It's like they don't want to finish before their boss, so they just sleep. So they like start at 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning. They're there like till 11. It's mad, wallah. It's mad. But they're not actually doing anything. They're just sitting there.
So when Mohammed Hassan tells me I'm a liberal, whatever he wants to call me, this is the problem that we have in our country, and this is what happens when you have unvented capitalism. When you don't make a union, when you don't have laws to protect the working class, these people are making.
The thing is, okay, brother, you're talking about billionaires. Aslan, I don't know about Somaliland. Like in Somalia, Aslan, the government doesn't even really have that authority to impose any kind of widespread taxes to begin with. They just don't have that authority. They don't have this. It's not a governmental institution like that. It's not in that phase. The reality.
But that's the phase we have to reach, brother.
Yeah,
so the only way we have to do.
The only way to reach that is, like you said, is through the private sector. It's to building some kind of grassroots. Also, you're forgetting, Akhi, is that Somalia is a tribal system, right? So the tribes have a lot of like influence. The tribal leaders have a lot of influence in how things, function in a general sense, like, so that's kind of almost like the actual government in a sense. Not the actual government, it's like a kind of like a second government, because without the tribes and the tribal leaders and that kind of system, everything would go into chaos.
Yeah, but you know what they need? They need education. Well,
they need education, exactly.
By that, I mean, Mohammed, what I'm talking about is what's the purpose of tax? The purpose of tax is to pay for roads, for hospitals, for your health. Businesses have to be told this is how much you pay your tax. This is what you're supposed to do. Paperwork, trail, audit. That's what needs to happen.
Yeah, because one of the things I realized, you've got these people in, like, I'm talking about Somaliland because that's where I grew up, and I keep saying that because people are gonna get triggered. But Like you got these people that get $200, they work 16 hours a day, and that money that they work just buys them some decent rice. It doesn't increase the living standard of the country. So what we have to do is say, you know what, you pay your taxes, you start getting healthcare. You know what, we're able to afford to build roads. You know what, if you're a big corporation, then when you give this money back, that money comes back to you because the power buying of your currency in your country increases.
Yeah. Well, like to be honest with you though, Jis, we got to give them some credit. I know both Somalia and Somaliland, they've done better now collecting taxes.
Yeah. So
Somalia they tried to impose a tax on the salesman, and it didn't really work. It was mostly in Mogadishu and the areas around it. But
Yeah,
the other government, it was very hard for them to implement it because they don't have that authority. It's just not. It's just not a state like that. It's not. It's not like Europe. You know. It's still in a developmental phase.
But progress is progress, and even if it's small, it's still in the right direction.
Yeah. Progress is progress. It's good. They've done some good things. They've received help, and they've shown to the to international organizations that they have some willpower. They want to move forward.
Definitely.
But there needs to be some there needs to be a development from within the society, and
and they even had the
diaspora has to play a big role in that.
Yeah, you know the big debt they had. I think when Khaira was there, he had it written off, most of it anyway.
Yeah. That was good. That was good.
Alhamdulillah. There's definitely some good stories.
So
yeah, it just needs to be a bigger push, man. We need a bigger push.
But I like this Kaizen idea though. I think it's brilliant, wallah. Even because we can even implement it in our lives, our daily lives, like us, the 16 here. Do you know what I mean?
100%, bro. That's the key, wallah. That's the key. Everybody has to think of what they can do, and actually, even like the smaller steps. The smaller steps actually, it's the key, right? Because then you can move on, and then you can realize, okay, I can do a little bit more, and I can do a little bit more. Most people are kind of like scared to even like do, to think of implementing projects back home. But the smaller steps, starting small, thinking of things that you can do here and now, and then building. Because eventually we are the future somehow.
Yeah, definitely. Right? Small targets. That's what you got to think about.
Yeah, I've got a topic for us. So, guys, what do you guys think of when Somali people fell? When you got bust.
Okay. Is it a business or a person?
No, just like it could be both. Like when you failed at business or when you failed from university, dropped out. I dropped out of university the first time I went there.
Okay, I'll go first then. Yeah, to answer your question, I say, wallahi, what you need, resilience, very important, and you need to be someone who doesn't give up, who keeps trying, because they say failure is one step closer to success. So it's just how you approach it.
Wow, that's a big. That's nice. I like the way you said that.
Yeah.
What about you, CD? Have you ever, because you're quite young, have you had anything that's gone wrong in your life?
Well, I know. I mean, apart from school exams, no.
What's your passion? Just give me a second. What do you want to do in life?
Well, I've got my ambitions are greater than me. I'm.
Give us some stuff, and we'll try to see if it's.
Well, you mean like what I want to do is in career-wise?
Yes. Yeah, like what are you into?
So I'm actually learning marketing. I'm starting. I wanted to anyway before COVID started this year. I wanted to start a marketing agency, not social media, sorry, search engine optimization marketing agency.
Okay, what did you study? Did you study or did you not study?
What, school, Akoda?
School or books or what? Tell me.
No. I'm not taking the traditional school university route. I see money. I feel like money is more effective than a diploma. But I'm not looking down on a diploma or a degree.
But I'm saying, like, if that's the case, what books have you read?
Books.
Yeah.
As in like business books. No, وعادي. It's not putting me on the spot. It's عادي. But I don't understand what you mean by books. Like related to business or what?
Like if you're saying I don't want to go through the academia way, which is perfectly acceptable, you still have to teach yourself. You get it? You still have to be self-taught. Like
right, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm about. Yeah, exactly.
So what kind of books have you read? What kind of books have you read? So have you read?
So I've got
Good to
different
Great?
categories of books. It's not just like just. So if I can show you my bookshelf, but I mean,
No, but I mean,
I
like,
don't
maybe
have
some
all the
books
books off
that
the
have
top of my
touched you,
head.
that have taught you stuff. You know?
Okay, so for example, the Cash Flow Quadrant by what's his name? Something Kiyosaki, what's his name? Robert something? The Rich Dad Poor Dad guy.
Big Dad was a Poor Dad, Big Daddy, something like that.
Rich Dad Poor Dad, but it's specifically there's different additions to it. The quadrant, the Cash Flow Quadrant one, the small one.
The small one, yeah. So what do you learn from that?
So it was talking about how the different ways to make money. So there was the quadrant. There's 4 parts to it. So he was saying there's investors, there's businesses, there's employees, and what was the other one? Harta, I can't remember. It was employees, investors, businesses, and self-employed people. So he was going into detail about why the positives, the negatives of each one, and how you should always move towards the goal should become to become an investor. Saying to become an investor, you shouldn't just jump into it. You should actually have businesses and know how businesses function. That's that way you'll know how to become an investor. You'll know what good businesses are. So he was really going into details, giving examples after examples, and that book, well, I opened my eyes.
Yeah, that's really good to hear, man. And like you want to start a marketing agency, am I right? Or SEO?
I wanted to. Yeah, so you
you
know what
worked
it
in
is.
SEO before?
I worked in as an employee.
Yeah.
No. This is something because I was looking for ways to make money, online, because it's definitely something that people are doing. It's working. People are making 6-figure incomes within 6 months. So I wanted to look into that.
Yeah, but SEO is a lot more difficult now. Maybe like 10 years ago.
No, it's not. It's really not. It depends what niche you're going into.
Just give me a second. It does depend what niche you're going into, and
yeah,
what the objectives are. I'm just saying for a person who owns a marketing agency.
Yeah, generally, search is said to be. You're right. It's said to be a lot more difficult, but like for example, like not a lot of marketers are working with contractors at the moment. It's especially in the smaller cities, not like London or stuff. I mean, in the smaller cities, you just get a few contractors from different cities. Wallah, you're making 6 figures. It's very simple.
That's the hard thing. That's the hard thing.
Yeah, getting your first sell is always going to be the hardest. But once you know how to do it, it's just rinse and repeat. Basically.
But you don't have any experience. That's my only problem with you. It's like I would advise you to
with websites.
Just give me a second. I would advise you to work in an agency for like at least 6 months and get a good understanding of what the operations and the systems that are needed inside it. Give me a second. At the back, I'm going to send you something, okay? I'm going to send you something at the back. I want you to go to this website. This website, I can't tell you what it's about, but because I don't want to get sued. But it's basically a place where you can download all the internet marketing, digital marketing.
That's the culture as you was brought up in. So
Khalid.
Yes, my brother.
I thought you were on, man.
Oh no, sorry. Well, yeah, I'm here. Oh, well, I need to mute up. My bad, people.
What do you say, James?
So at the back, I see your private chat, which is a course. Basically, you could download any course that's like £5,000 to £2,000 a month for practically £20 a month.
Yeah, I know the websites, man. I already know these websites. I've already seen them.
You know this one?
Well, which one? I can't see. Wait, let me just open my phone. Wait, one second.
So
Get Swodo. Yeah, Get Swodo. I've already seen that, bro.
That's a really good website. That's a really good one.
Yeah, I've already seen it, bro. I've seen it. That's not the only one. I know these websites.
Yeah, they're really good because you can get it for cheap. I don't want to put it out there on the public one because you're gonna get sued.
Yeah.
So, what about you?
These websites are out there. They're out there. They're on the internet, bro.
I know, but you can't say it out. You can't say it like you're not supposed to say it out why this. You get it. It's like it's a bit wrong.
Yeah.
Somali 2020. Dusty.
What's up, bro?
I know you hate me, Dusty. Call me a gal and a kafir and whatever lunatic thing you say about me.
I didn't call you gal, man. because you don't believe in وحدة الوجود and all that stuff. You already clarified to me, man. I don't consider you
Even
God.
if I did, it doesn't make me a god, bro.
Nah.
But continue,
That's
bro.
another story, man. That's
Yeah, let's not get into
Let's not
that.
get into that. So what's your thing, brother?
nah.
What's your
أخي,
story?
I'll tell you off the thing. innit? I don't want to talk in live stream.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah,
Do you have any failure that you see? What's your opinion like? People failing in our communities. Do we feel like sometimes we don't give them the support? You know?
يا أخي horta like markad adiga like failure ku dhaco عمل just go back to the for me personally I just go back to الدين عمل like obviously Quran فإن مع العسر يسرا عمل like Allah tells us you know with hardship comes ease عمل so you don't think about the worldly life as in like every little failure عمل is gonna break you عمل so you take it into stride عمل. So I don't know if you said you were from Somalia عمل Somaliland didn't it? You came from the war Somalia so you came from that era so you've seen a lot Somalia I'm around like from that kind of era as well so I didn't I think I'm a bit younger than you but I don't know so you know when you see stuff you don't attribute everything to the worldly life عمل so religion has a lot to play it that's what I'll say.
Definitely. I think everyone on this panel would agree on that aspect. What about you, brother Bashir? What's your success and failures in life? Do you have anything you can share with us? Bashir.
For sure.
Oh, me.
Yeah, what's your like success and failures?
Well, I think the brothers covered like most of anything I would say.
I feel like in our community when we fail, like when we have we go bust, we don't really have like that network to talk to people about it, you know?
So yeah, 100% agree with that. There's a lot of taboos in the Somali community. There's a lot of things that you can't talk about. So, and it's not like sometimes people think it's to do with religion, like it's probably more like culture, like taboo culture. Like for example, mental illness, like depression, these sort of things.
Anyway, Bashir, like when you're a man, like when you
speak louder, bro.
Encounter a failure, Amal, when you're a man, like don't you think you just taught a man up, Amal? That's the culture around the world, anyway.
That's true.
No, but what kind of failure are you not talking about? Are you talking about career-wise, job-wise, business-wise? Those are the only real failures I see. I don't know what other failures there are.
Yeah, as a man, Amal, like when you encounter financial failure, physical failure, any kind of failure, Amal, you obviously don't want to.
It's an individual thing. You should always go through that alone, bro. Nobody's gonna go through that failure with you. You know.
No,
I don't know.
I'm saying to you,
should it be an individual thing?
Yeah.
It definitely should remain an individual thing, man. You shouldn't put your.
What do you think? What do you mean by individual thing? What does that mean?
Like when you go through failure, it's about your growth and it's about your personal growth. When you're like I think Ahmed said, it's the next step to success. When you hit rock bottom, that's when you spring up, go sky high because you realize your mistakes, you learn from it, and then you won't make the same mistake again, basically, in essence. And so nobody's gonna do that or experience that with you. You're the one that knows what you went through. You can fix yourself up.
It's like of course you're gonna go through it, and you have to learn from it. People need guidance. It's not a bad thing to ask for advice, to receive help.
Yeah, to have mentors. Like another thing.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, people need that because imagine you fail and then you plummet and you can't even pick yourself up because you don't even know where to go. Somebody can come and they can give you an advice and say, brother, pick yourself up, go here, there, and you can be back up
That's
again.
That's good, but is it necessary though? Is it necessary?
Depends on the person.
Why can't you go looking for it yourself?
It depends on the person, CD. Like some people, they need that, and some people go through on their own. Basically,
people are different, man. People are different. Not everybody's got that, hard grit, mentality. I'm gonna go through everything. I'm not gonna shed a tear. I'm 100% strong. Even if you put on that facade, if you're not that person, if your personality is not like that, you're not gonna be like that.
Yeah, to kind of add something to it, it's also having a mentor, something we should do, but maybe the next stage after we finish, we should talk about mentors and seeking mentors out in the community, people that have had success in other fields and that you will replicate their field. It's something that we should talk about. But maybe let's just finish this off.
100%. Mentors really important. Someone to follow, like in terms of career pathways and everything.
Definitely, we'll talk about that afterwards. But Mohammed, what's your opinion, brother? Mohammed.
Yes.
My Australian brother, what's your take on this?
On what exactly?
On success and failures, man. Your personal success or failures. Is there anything you want to share with us?
Yeah, I got a jump off.
I agree with most of the panel, what they're saying. So.
Definitely. So my personal thing is I've had a lot of bad business ideas. My biggest problem is one time I'll give you a story. So when I was like, what was it, 6-7 years ago, I wanted to start a gemology company. So basically get like little stones from Somaliland and then sell it online. And so I basically with gemology, it's a really rich man's game. So to become educated, the government doesn't pay for you, so you have to pay for it. So this is one of my failures. So I started working night shift and then started working day shift to save money. And then after a while, I just realized that it was going to cost me so much to start like a gem company in Somalia, like basically cutting it and then putting in jewelry and then selling it online. This was like 7-8 years ago, actually even more than that. And I realized that, personally speaking, that was just like, for me, it was like one of my failures in life where I'm like, it was such a big thing where it was too big and I wasn't really like trained or I didn't have the network, even the culture to understand how to make a successful out of it. And that's probably my biggest regret.
Yeah.
Okay, but just did you like learn from it? Like, did you get back into it? Did you just stop and go somewhere else though?
What I did was I washed my hands one day and I'm like, I'm never gonna get into this. Just washed my hands and I just never opened the book, never researched about it again. I said to myself, unless I've made millions of pounds, this is too much of a project for me.
So you found something better.
I wouldn't say I found something better. I just moved on. Like sometimes you find something and sometimes what happens is sometimes you get stuck on a project or a mentality where you think it's life and death that you have to do it, and you put all this pressure.
You get bogged down to it too much. I hear you. But it's but you always got to replace if you don't, that was your ambition first. If you didn't like it, you have to replace it with something better.
Yeah. So what I realized was I made this conscious decision that I was going to follow my intuition and do the things that I love to do, like the things that I want to do.
So you're doing marketing, right?
Yeah. So I started a marketing company. I started.
If you don't mind, what kind of marketing? What is it?
So I don't want to get into it. I don't want to get into it.
What's up? You're asking me questions, nigga.
No, but it's just I don't want to get into it because like it's.
Obviously, it's a whole company. I feel you.
Yeah. So if I get into it, it becomes a kind of one. But I also started a nightlife company, and then one thing I learned is wherever you do the stuff that you enjoy, and it just might be a cliche, but don't do something for money. Do it because you actually have a desire. So when I was a kid, I wanted to become a psychologist. I wanted to become a philosopher, and I never followed that road. I never continued that path, and I went back in my early 20s to like really go back, and I went back to university to psychology, and then I left it again, and then now I've got some money saved up, so I'm good. I'm starting this other company, and for me, I just want to get a PhD in psychology, become a qualified psychologist, and then start my and just have $1 billion app and concept. That's my concept, right? That's what I'm obsessed with right now, and use my marketing skills to make that different and more successful.
But didn't you just say you're not obsessed with money?
Yeah, I'm not obsessed with money.
To be rich?
No, but the reason it was because the industry. If it's $1 trillion industry, like for me, when I die, before I die, I'm giving all my money away. I don't care about money. But I realized if I start a non-profit, I'm going to be someone's bitch for the rest of my life. Do you get it?
Money is crucial, 100%.
Like I've known about this for like 7-8 years, and like I could have started that like 7-8 years ago, but I never do that because I thought it was I don't want to make money out of people that have deep depression or addiction. But big pharmaceutical companies are $1 trillion companies or $1 billion companies, and they're making money out of them. And at the same time, we're gonna have to ask people and beg people to donate to my non-profit, work hard, but at the same time I can't use my my entrepreneurship mind to make it into a success.
Right.
Going back to your thing though about gemology, that's a big thing, you know, especially in Somaliland. I know they got like the what do they call it? The sapphire, emeralds. They got
Emeralds and sapphire.
Yeah.
This was a long time ago. I was ahead of the curve, man.
Yeah.
I was ahead of the curve.
That's it. They do a course actually, I think, in London, gemology course. It's expensive.
Yeah, I went there. I went there. That's where I went. Yeah.
Did you do the course?
I never finished. I quit halfway because when I started working night shift, I couldn't focus anymore.
Yeah.
Never work night shift. Night shift is the worst idea ever.
No, I would never work night shift. Never.
When Allah says the days for working and nights for sleep, it's so true.
Yeah. So anyway, the gemology is a good idea. But there's another thing as well, actually, yeah, which is frankincense.
Yeah.
It's in the Senag region.
Yeah.
You're not talking about GSM.
I know, but I had a relative's business partner that got into it and made a killing.
Yeah. Frankincense, man. You know who the biggest buyer of frankincense is?
Tell me.
Roman Catholic Church.
Oof.
And they love
Why is that?
And they love the Somali frankincense. See, did you know what the frankincense is?
Is the Udgon in it?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, wallahi, it's loads of it in. I think it's by Arikavo, which is the Seneg region of Somaliland.
Yeah, but they're overproducing it now. But that's the one thing I would say to people is break everything. One of the problems I had when I was growing up is like I was headstrong and I didn't understand that you had to break stuff down, like break into a structure. I don't know if you noticed this, but I try to break everything down to small, tangible targets. And one thing that I learned, and if there's one thing I go back, first thing is read The Alchemist. What a book! Favorite book ever.
The Alchemist. Who's it?
Yeah, I have that. It's the Pablo. What's his name? It's the guy that goes on a pilgrimage, isn't it?
Yeah, the Brazilian guy.
Yeah, The Alchemist is like the greatest book ever.
Yeah, it's a really, it encourages you. Well, I haven't finished the book yet. I'm like halfway through.
It's so small, bro, man. Read it, man.
I know. So many books I've
like,
gone through halfway. I just leave it there. I don't know why. I need to finish off the books, bro.
CD, I'm like you, man. I start a book, I never finish it.
Yeah, because I get, I get excited for the other book. I'm just like, yo, I gotta read this book again, and then I go through that, and then I'm like, yo, what is it? Yeah.
Do you guys want to start like a book club or something, like, or you go through books together?
You have to have the same books, though.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we can go through books together. Then, if you know,
what books do you have right now, then? Who's speaking now? Who is that?
It's Mohammed.
Yeah, Mohammed. What books do you have?
I don't have any books in mind, like in these books that you're discussing
on
right
your shelf.
On my shelf?
Yeah.
I don't have.
Oh, if you have one, any.
I don't have interesting books. It's like mostly like textbooks and just like a couple of different. It's just general books, like nothing like.
The book I'm reading at the moment, yeah, it's what's his name? That psychologist, man, famous one.
What 12 Steps?
Yeah, that's it. Have you got that, GS?
No, I've got it on audio.
12 Steps.
I started to read it.
You mean the 12 laws?
The 12
like
that. Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, it's a good guy. He's a very smart guy.
Yeah, he's a very interesting man. Like, I love his brutal honesty. He's like, when he talks about topics, he doesn't sugarcoat. He just speaks as it is.
Tells you the truth. And one of the things he talks about is success and failure. And he says,
100%.
Don't let it bring you down, and how the steps are taken. It's always good to be a risk taker, because the good example he gave is someone who's in a job and they're not happy. And he said that they could just be happy, stay in that job. 5 years later, he said they're depressed. But he said what they should do is apply for jobs, but they're scared to apply for jobs. But then, what's worse? So it's the way he puts it is amazing. Yeah. So he's alright. Yeah, he's a good guy to listen to if someone who wants to.
I've watched a lot of his videos.
Yeah. Guys, I want to put something. Do you like his concept where he says that liberals come up with the ideas and conservatives build it?
The what?
He always says that this is quite controversial, but it's not controversial. But for these people, it's controversial. Because Somali people tend to be conservative, and he always says that liberals always build. Liberals are the builders of ideas. Yeah, and then the conservatives are the ones that are the workers. No, but it's true
That's
though.
so
It's true.
real. It's so real. It's so
It's true.
real.
It's true. It's like most ideas that come from liberals, but the problem with the liberal concept is that it's very chaotic,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and then people always have a problem with that. People want stability, structure, and they want to be like like they want to be comforted with their arms around them. And that's the one thing I like about Jordan Peterson. But he's really, really smart.
Well, I
And what
mean,
like,
you see the what do you call it? The aftermath of that chaotic mindset of the liberals. Now, look at the state of them now. They're all confused. They don't even know what they are. They've got 20 gender
Yeah.
identities
One of the
and gender
things he
fluid.
mentioned, bro.
are they
He
confused?
said,
Well,
like a
bro,
disorganized mind, it leads
GS is
to
happy with that, yeah?
like
No, but are they
suicide and
confused?
stuff.
Guys, give me a
People in the
second.
left, like the leftists, they commit a lot of suicide because they're
They do.
disorganized.
They overdose on drugs. They think they're on some next level mindset.
Yeah, but hear me out. When you look at the West right now, and when you look at literally when you look at its development, I actually think the Asian way is really the best way, where it's like in between. So I look at it. I look at Saudi Arabia as number 1, and I look at as what we call a Western country like America as number 10, and then I will look at the Asian countries, Singapore as number 5, where they're in between, where they're not restricted and they're not over the top. Do you get it?
Well, I Singapore is the
Singapore
perfect one.
conservative.
I would put them number 1.
Say
what are you saying, Mohammed? Speak up, brother.
So what I'm saying is like when you compare it to like ultra like religious fundamental conservative like Saudi Arabia 3-4 years ago, and you go all the way to other side and you look at extremely liberal like what's the most liberal country in the world right now? Canada, and then you look at the Asian countries and they're in the middle. And I feel like
Singapore
as
is the
Muslims,
perfect blend. Wallahi billah.
yeah, and
Some of their laws are
Malaysia.
so strict. They have caning. They have I think they have execution. I'm not 100% sure about that,
It is.
but they have. Wallahi billah, they've and they're very developed country.
Yeah.
Well, CD
Like,
is,
Arthur, this is one of the lies. Sorry, brother. Go on, Mohammed.
Singapore is conservative compared to it being liberal. I don't know where
No,
you're
but I
getting.
mean when you compare
No,
to Saudi Arabia,
I just said they were conservative. I said they have like laws that you wouldn't have in the West, bro.
yeah,
But most of these Asian countries, Western Asia, they're more conservative than liberal. They're not,
no, I
it's not
agree
broad.
with you, but they're more in the middle.
No, it's not in the middle. It's 60-40.
They-
Even 60-40. When you compare yourself to a country like Saudi Arabia or like the
That's
extreme.
different, man. We're not talking about Saudi Arabia.
That was my initial prognosis.
Yeah, I was
one
saying
thing-
it's like in the middle. It's the perfect blend.
Like for me, the way I want to see Somaliland grow in the future is in Malaysia. I want Somaliland to be Malaysia. That's the vision I want.
Malaysia, Singapore, something like that, bro. Like, that's a
Indonesia.
very
That's
and
how I
Muslim country as
want
well.
us to be. Yeah, that's how I want as a Muslim country in Somaliland. I want us to be like Malaysia,
And Turkey and
Indonesia,
stuff like that.
and Turkey. I want us to be like this. Not even take us a bit too far, but yeah, it's heading towards that direction where it's Muslim, but at the same time it's freed and developed. That's what I really want us to be.
Arthur, this is one of the lies that they try and say, like these rebels. They try and claim pattern on development. And this is always the examples they use are, look at the liberal countries, they're the ones that are developed. Arthur, this is a lie, even from an empirical point of view. There are a lot of developed countries that are not liberal. In fact, they're very conservative. So,
Like what country? Give me an example.
You just mentioned some countries right there. You just mentioned, like you guys mentioned a lot of countries that would not qualify as liberal at all.
Yes, it's not a liberal utopia.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it's like they try and
But
put
GS doesn't want to admit it, you know? He's stuck on his views.
No, I wouldn't say that, but they're not like for me. I don't know if you guys, Mohammed, remember when I first came into. I told you my vision for Somaliland was Malaysia, Indonesia. I've always said that. I just have a problem with the very what you call because in Somaliland we don't have a problem because of Siad Barre's liberal nonsense. We have a problem because, in my opinion, of right wingers. So that's why I always are critical of them.
Yeah.
Right, you know, right wingers is one of the most like biggest growing movements in the Western countries, even in the most liberal countries, like Scandinavian countries. Right wing populists are booming. Like they're gonna be in power in 10 years. They're controlling everything. By the way,
You think they're growing more than liberals, bro?
Yes.
yeah, 100%. No
Wallah.
doubt, 100%. I live in Scandinavia, bro.
honestly think
You see
liberals
his
are
card?
growing every day. They've been growing since the Renaissance, bro. That's where it started, bro. The liberals are not going to stop growing. I'm telling you.
Bro,
No,
look
the
at
liberals.
Brexit.
Sorry, go on, Akhi. Go on, Mohammed.
Just look at Brexit, for example. Who thought that would happen?
No, but Brexit happened because of austerity. For 10 years, they cut everything down and had mass immigration wave. They cut everything down. Basically, the people, they had mass immigration would help the country people get richer, the rich get richer, but the poor people got poorer because they stopped cutting, they had all these cut measures that affected them. That's why Brexit happened, bro.
And yes, who was pushing all those stuff? Wasn't it the right wingers?
That was the
And
neoliberals.
people supported them.
No, that was the neoliberals. So you have to understand there's a
No, it's right wingers. It's right wingers too.
The right wingers, man, not neoliberals. It was the right wingers. Neoliberals wanted the European Union. What are you talking about?
No, when you're talking about cuts in schools and hospitals.
Maya, he's talking about Brexit.
Well, Brexit was pushed
Who was
back.
pushing that
After, how
agenda?
can conservatives even grow? All the old people are conservative. The young people are the liberals. That's where they're going to continue growing, bro. The old people are going to die, if anything.
No, but it will never become
Who here
like
is liberal right now?
Bro, I'm stating facts. Don't call me that.
Maya, brother, CD, you know the quote that was earlier mentioned, where you said Jordan Peterson. He said, "Liberals have the ideas, and the conservatives work." The reality is, the liberals are very loud, so they control a lot of the big companies. They control the mainstream
Yeah, I was
media.
going to say, they make a lot of noise, yeah.
Exactly. So
you know why
people
that
have
is?
this misconstruction idea that there are so many.
No, but do you know why that is? Because they create those bloody big companies. Steve Jobs was an LSD taking hippie who decided to become functional and set up Apple. Come on, bro, man. There's a reason why they control that, because they're the ones.
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that.
Give me a second. Tell me the great conservative creations. Conservatives don't ever come without. If you want to even go religion, you could argue at that time Prophet Muhammad was an extreme liberal, man. This guy was a radical lefty. Like, if you really want to put it into historical context,
what are you talking
about? When you put him compared to the people who's fighting against.
I don't think it's fair to put the label liberal on the Prophet, though. I know
I never said that.
It's not like.
No, what I'm saying to you, I'm giving you an example.
Yes, hold on. You should take that back, man. You shouldn't be labeling.
No, compared to don't give the label, but you're saying in terms of being like more open-minded and being more being liberal in the actual sense of the word. Compared to his society, he was more liberal in that sense. But the way the word is used today, it's not fair to put that.
Of course, it's not fair. I was just giving an example, bro. I was showing you how it is like that.
Yes, I'm not trying to police you or anything. Yeah, it just has the connotations. Is you could say negative.
No, but if I said he was a conservative, would you have a problem with that?
Yeah, I would, of course.
Okay, man, that's your opinion. I would just say at his time, and this was the point I was making. At his time, you could say that he was the extreme on the left within his community. He was.
Bro, what are you talking about? Bro, political spectrum is a new thing. Like, you can't.
Bashir, be quiet for a minute. What I'm saying to you, in the sense when you look at women equality in his community, when you look at justice in his community, when you look at his thing against authority, the way he had an issue with authority, even with the issue that he had with the people at that time who were in power, who were very violent, who were locking people up, his civil disobedience. I mean, come on, man. That's
in the true sense of the word liberal. The actual definition, he was liberal, but not the way it's used today.
Yeah.
In his time, I agree on, but I'm not going to consider myself a liberal.
Would say? I don't consider myself a liberal. Actually, I consider myself a spiritual liberal.
Bro, exactly. The word Islam, Islam liberates us. We are the true liberals. If anyone's a liberal, we are the true liberals. But not the way it's used today.
No, but it matters whose definition you're talking about. If you're talking about classical Jordan Peterson liberal, which is the one that I kind of consigned myself, and I said this to you guys before, the Jordan Peterson classical liberal term, probably yes. You're talking about the Marxist, lefty, communist version of liberalism.
This is the problem. This is the problem, brother. You're applying. This is the problem when you have this like construed mind where you think that everything has to be looked at from these 21st century terminologies and methodologies. That you're applying a political spectrum that's very modern to how people lived in the 7th century Arabia. Like it's like, come on, akhi. It's like it's madness. You can't be talking about. You can't be talking about 7th century. You can't. No. You can't be talking about 7th century societies about putting it into radical left I'm not triggered at all. I'm just saying you cannot apply a political spectrum developed in modern times to a 7th century Arabian society, saying that the Prophet was extreme.
What was
his
the
time, I put the
ideology
word.
that was developed in modern times? This is not modern thing, bro.
Give me some. I said, and I always put them. You listen back to me. I was comparing to his time when he existed, and I was saying when you look at conservative and liberal at those times, he was more on the left, or more on the radical left, actually, because he stood up against the stagnation of tradition of the conservative issues.
That's a fact, but just say it's the definition of the word
the other
left.
way around.
You would say
the other way around. Sorry, go on, brother.
Bro, he came to liberate us, man. It's the word liberal that you lot are getting confused on. He came to liberate, like Islam came to liberate us.
I know he didn't just use liberal.
He said he's a liberal. He said he's a liberal, bro. He needs to take it back.
Yeah, I know. He already did though.
He can't defend nothing. He didn't take it back, bro.
No,
he said,
he didn't take it back. He said to him, you have a problem. He said, you have a problem. He
agreed with the definition.
And he said, yes, I would have a problem with that. He didn't take it back.
I'm not going to take it back. I have a right to have my
opinion. Of course not going to take it back. Okay, see, that's what I told you. CD, why he was defending people that are like clearly wrong?
Because he said in the definition, the way the word definition.
He even said
not the way it's used today. You think he means by the way that it's used today? Obviously not.
CD,
I didn't say that. What he said was
CD.
he's liberal.
He even said extreme lefty. He literally used the word lefty.
No, but
he said extreme lefty.
Come on, man. Guys, can you just let me finish for me, please?
There you go.
Guys, let me finish. At his time, in his community, in his scenario, if you regard, and I'm coming from a classical lefty perspective. I'm not coming from a woke Marxist communist lefty. I'm coming from a Jordan Peterson, Anglo-Saxon, you can even call it Christian term definition of liberal. He at that time was an extremely on the left because he was against the culture of those people. He was against even their religion. If you read the hadith, what was it? The Constitution of Medina, where he gave equal rights to all the people that were living there, even the pagans. That took 1,300 years to reach in the West. So when I'm telling you that he was in his time.
GS, let me ask you a question, GS. So are you saying that's how they would see him, or are you saying that's how you see him? Just so we clarify that. Because that's how they see him.
At that time, he was regarded as in his time, when he was there. When you look at it from a historical perspective, he was a freedom fighting, loving person who believed in the embedment of human and the human sovereignty, was anti-authoritarian. So in that time, you could put him if you do the political spectrum right now and you put it in that time, he would be more on the left than he would be on the right. He wasn't a conservative in his.
He was definitely opposite to the people at the time.
That's how they see him, right? That's how they would see him, not you.
Yeah. No, that's what they would see him at that historical moment.
All right, then, yeah. If you're saying that's how they would see him, that's fine.
Aslan, to use this modern political spectrum to classify people from then, it's a weak mindset, and I'll tell you why.
A weak mindset, bro. Man.
Let me tell you why. It's like being shackled, bro. Like the only way you can look at things is by liberal and conservative, left and right.
Exactly.
It's the other way around, man.
We're having a discussion.
Let me finish, brother. Let me finish. Well, I'll let you speak. Let me just finish. The Prophet, all the good things that you mentioned that the Prophet ﷺ he did, he did it because it was ordained. So,
of course.
You should do it the other way around. You should say these people, let's say if the left, the liberals of the 21st century have some aspects like they believe in a welfare system, etc. You should say they are following. This is a copy from the Prophet because the Prophet was before them. So you should do it the other way around. You should not apply spectrum to that.
I have no problem with that. But I was telling you,
okay, let's move on. Let's move on.
Please, give me a second. At his time, he experienced things, and he was, and I'm talking about not like the liberal we have now. The liberal we have now are a bit over the top. They've gone far. Even Jordan Peterson would say they've become a communist, which is basically the opposite of the ultra right. So the opposite of Al Shabaab would be the Marxist communist. Do you get it? So there are two spectrums on both sides. So all I was making was I was saying at his time he was against authority, he was against the status quo, he wanted to reform, he wanted to stand up against what he called was the cruelty of the people of his time. He wanted to do that. He wanted law and order. He wanted to build structure. So at his time, in his precise history, if you use modern Western technology terms,
Why do you have
he would
to
be
do
on
that?
that term.
Why?
You don't have to do that. I could do that because I'm free to do that. I don't have to do
Yeah,
that.
you have.
Well,
The reason you do that,
listen,
the reason you do that is because
one
you're
second,
shackled in that mindset.
the last 3 minutes we've been talking about him, you know, this liberal thing. How did it end up
move
there,
on.
bro? Just
Let's
it's
move
like
on.
a
Let's
it's
move
like
on.
a snowball effect, bro. Like you
Let's
constantly
move on.
building up, and this bam, you can't wait to jump into something.
Alright, man. That's why we can't talk to you sometimes, Jess. You said you're an independent Sufi, then you say you're a classical Sufi, then you say you're a Sunni
No, but
Sufi.
you lot
What
could
the
have
hell
just
are you
asked him
saying?
what he meant in the beginning.
Oh, forget his label stuff.
exactly.
Why
Because they get
you
triggered. They
always
get
doing his
triggered.
label stuff? Why are you always doing his label stuff? Let's move on, man. Let's talk about something general. This
That's
conversation
No,
was so good,
I
man.
said something.
The convo was so good, man. Why are we all stuck in this label shit now, man?
But anyway,
Okay.
like, we clarified it, so let's move on anyway. We keep going back and forth. Let's
There's
move
nothing
on.
controversial. I said I'm not going to take it back because I never said anything controversial.
Anyway, GS, you explained it's not your perspective. Well,
Yeah.
let's move on.
Yeah. Fantastic. Where were we on?
So, someone else take over.
Ahmed, I want to hear what you got to bring forward, man.
Myself.
Yeah.
Well, I was lost. What were we talking about before this, man? I think I was
anything. Well, like anything in general. Because I'm gonna
Let's talk about mental.
especially
Yeah, I was gonna say
when it
mentals.
comes to regional Somali politics. And I like your take, Gary, man.
Yeah, I
about
appreciate
mentors.
that, man. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Ahmed.
Wallahi, it was we're talking about different things, isn't it?
Ahmed, I've got to think. Let's talk about mentors. So,
sorry,
if you're a
bro,
young
I'm
Somali brother, how could you
head
find?
out.
How could you find? Say.
Hold on,
head out.
Jess. Hold on.
Head out, inshallah.
What, Muhammad? You saying something?
Yeah, I'm gonna head out, brothers, inshallah.
Okay,
It's nice talking to you guys.
Okay.
Assalamu
alaikum.
Yeah, Fawzi, what were we talking about? Well, we're talking about like
We were going to move on to mentors. So, how can we find good mentors and people that are that you
books.
can
We're
learn
talking about
from?
books, actually. We're talking about different books that you read and which they benefit you.
Yeah, I remember you guys were talking about like running a book club and whatnot.
Yeah, that's it, man. That's it. But one of the things I think that GS was asking, and we ask you as well, actually, Fawzi, since you're here, is success and failure and how you deal with it.
Yeah. I was listening to it as well. Yeah, I was listening to it as well. He's right, man.
But
we're all in different circumstances. You know, you can't generalize and have if everyone's got a support network or not, or you know if they got good, you know, strong community ties or family ties. It's all. I think it's individual, man.
Yeah, and also, do you know what I think as well, Fawzi, is that we should have like a mentorship. You know, people, Somalis that have like gone to university, they've done well. There should be some way that they could help the ones that are in school.
Yeah.
That would be good if we can set something up. Like that's why would help.
Me growing up, I realized I thought it was like a typical thing to do in places like America, Wahas. Yeah, I always looked up to the idea of having like a mentor in like a specific field. Definitely.
That's
really helpful. Definitely.
Yeah, there's a lot of successful Somalis, and their skills could be utilized better.
Yeah, I've got an idea for you guys. I've got a really good idea. So I feel like in the Somali community, we really need like what's the term? Not a study group, but like networking, not networking. It's actually more than networking. It's like when you have these courses and you set up these courses, for example, and then you go to a Geisa, and you know like what Tai Lopez does or what RSD does. Do you guys know them?
No,
I don't. Like mentor book.
Mentorship, counseling, or where you get all these. This is a business idea. You guys could take this, okay? So you get all these Somali like entrepreneurs, multimillionaires, and then you're like, come over to my mentorship, and then you could pay like what £500,000, and then you go and you spend 3 days and you learn about them. You learn about how they make the money, their strategies, their systems, what they do. What do you guys think of that? Hey,
interesting idea.
So like you would go there. You have, for example, you would get some guys like Dahab Shun or well, who else? These are just people that I know. Well, I don't know any other rich people in Somalia or in the Hawiyah regions or in South Somalia or anyway, wherever. And you would get them, and basically you do a 3-day course in a hotel, and the purpose of this course is to get your business idea and get mentorship and get access to these people. I can't remember the actual term for it. My mind's kind of switched off, but there's actually a term for it. So would you guys go to one of those events?
What they need, I think, is like I don't know, I'm saying government, innit? But let's just say some initiative where they give people from the diaspora a chance to even do like work experience, not something set up they do for 2 months, 3 months, something practical. So they get to know the working conditions, they get to mix with the locals, they get to contribute, almost like a summer scheme. You know what I mean? I think they should do that personally. That would help.
But that's a really good idea. But you guys, if we did like an event where we got all these Somali entrepreneurs, and then their thing is to give you like workshops, just like work days where you went there and you learned about what's going on in Somalia from a person who's making money in the industries. So if you want to get into, for example, engineering, or if you wanted to open up a business or factory or something like that, you get these expertise who've had that first life experience, and then you go over there and then you could have like a one-on-one like seminar. Yes, the word seminar with them. Do you think that would be a good idea?
Seminar would be great.
What did you say, Ahmed?
Go on, CD. Sorry, go on. I interrupted you.
No. I was just gonna say that. That's all I was saying. Bro, go on, carry on.
No, I was just gonna say.
I didn't hear what CD said. Say that again.
I said it's a great thing. So, but for me, it's like the whole thing about following mentors is that it has to be something that you're passionate about, something that you want to do yourself. You know, it's not like where you get some wealthy Somali that has experienced a lot and just shares his experience. For me, it's like your career path is something you want to learn, and you know, in terms of the industry you want to go into and stuff like this. It's not just someone you just listen to, because there's a lot of people you can listen to that aren't even Somali, you know. But if you want to, you know, exactly, like it has to be someone that's in the career path you want to do and has succeeded in it.
I agree. It's got to have like a definite pathway.
Yeah. So it's seminars. So basically, you get these Somali entrepreneurs. So, like, for example, I'll use the example of what's a good example?
Dahabshil,
and he's setting up an online, like he's setting up an online business, and he also has like the bank business. So he sits down and tells you the process that he went through. Also, if you wanted to get into finance, what you have to do to set up, and what are the requirements.
Yes.
So, for example, if you want to a bakery, you get a guy who's an expert in bakery. You go like, I'm an expert in bakery. This is how much money I make. But you know what? This is the like the thing that the Japanese thing that I think he was talking about before. Dusty was talking about before.
Kaizen.
Yeah. And you go over there and you're like, this is how I implement my procedures. And then you can learn from that, and then you can understand what he's doing, and then at the same time understand where he's going. Do you get it?
Yes. I think they do that already, like in the country. I know I was reading a story about this guy. I think he was north of Houston. And hold on. Let me finish it. What he was doing was like a bee, honey, basically company, and it took a while, but it was through some, I think, NGO. Initially, they put him on a little course. He learned how it works, and he made money from it. And then now he's got some students, and they're starting to do the same as him. He's giving them a step-by-step guide, basically, you know. So I think you're saying a similar thing, really, you know? But you're just saying that people that.
But their ones are not really online that much. You don't see it online that much, so you don't get Ty Lopez going to Somaliland. You don't get these invites. We don't have and you could actually do that. Like if you're able to sell your thing properly, like you could create that. There's like that. There's a lot of like young rich people in Somalia that are wealthy and who want to learn this stuff, who want to learn what's going on, who want to learn these habits, who want to stay in the top. But as Somalis, we don't really have that culture right now. And in the West, when you go to all these like seminars, all these days off, like I once paid £2,000 for a weekend course on entrepreneurship. That's crazy for like, if I tell my mom that, she'll think I'm crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Well, for a seminar. Okay, so do you have like a personal relationship with this person now?
No, it was an online course, basically. Yeah. You know, this company called London Rail.
London Rail, I know them. Yeah.
And I did like a 3-day workshop with them, and I learned so much from them. You know, like I learned how to like turn my company into something that I wanted to be. But I would never have all those insights, all the expertise, if I wasn't around them.
Did you benefit from it?
Of course, I benefit from it. I'm literally saving up for a £50,000 course where they wire me up to a neurofeedback machine, and I spend like a week of my life watching my neurofeedback. You know what neurofeedback is?
No.
Of course not. What the hell?
So neurofeedback, yeah. Basically, you increase your alpha waves. So I'm gonna spend like a week. It's like £15,000, like top end stuff. Yeah. I'm hopefully next year I'm gonna save up enough money. And do
You're basically volunteering yourself to the COVID vaccines.
What'd you say?
No,
You're
nothing to do with COVID, bro.
I
know, but I'm saying that same, that same thing. You're basically volunteering yourself to some, unknown factor.
No, it's a
hopefully
neurofeedback.
nothing happens to you, bro.
No, it's it's not like that. It's neurofeedback machine. So if you know about neurofeedback, it's training your brain. So when you're able to train your brain, like how you're able to train like your muscles. So you train your brain to become more disciplined, more focused. So what it basically does is it increases your IQ by 12%, and increases your emotional intelligence because you're more present in the moment by up to 20%, which is crazy when you think about it.
Who's doing this then? Who's doing this then?
I'll send you a link on the private channel. So send it.
No, I'm obviously not gonna buy. I'm not gonna buy it. I'm wondering like who's doing these seminars or whatever it is.
Like, have you heard of Dave Aspirin?
What did you say, Dave?
Dave Aspirin, Bulletproof Coffee. Have you heard of Bulletproof Coffee?
I won't lie to you. I'm not into you two. I know you two are very interested in this. Hold on the private, inshallah. But I was going to say about this mental thing.
That was the
It's meant to think. The thing is, we need to clarify. The things around it. The mentorship is only beneficial when the person that's segmented comes up with ideas and so on, and asks for questions, and then ask questions or feedback on something they bring forward. Otherwise, it's just a person selling the programs.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I disagree with you, bro.
That's why I think someone said in the comments it's about having personal relationship with the mentor. That's the whole point. If you want to follow them and like your career path, not like having seeing them every day, but like having some kind of relationship with them knowing you, exactly stuff like this. It's important to have if you have a mentor.
Yeah. It's a place where you can like email.
Or if you even want to call them a mentor.
Yeah. I think.
Mohammed, what do you think, man? Mohammed, what do you think?
I agree, man. A mentor has to be something personal.
So for me personally, I think like a mentorship is really important. You guys are not seeing when you're in a group with 10 other people who are also entrepreneurs, that networking in itself, like you set up networking groups as well, which is a good concept, which is actually part of mentorship. So if you get like one guy and he networks 10 of you people all in the same industry, and then you could pay like for Skype training or stuff like that, Skype, and have discussions, and your ability where you have somebody to talk to. So when you open up a company, you need somebody to talk to and say, you know what, am I going crazy? Do you see this? Do you think this is a good idea? Do you get it?
In someone to like give you pointers and like point you in the right direction, something.
Yeah, I feel like in Western culture they don't empathize it. They do empathize if you're a white, and if you're like a certain demographic, you mean white or black, but if you're like upper middle class, lower upper class as well, like not really, really extreme. But these people, a lot of these events, that's where they go and they get their expertise, because that's when they can network and connect with people who are doing the same thing, and they have like a peer group. So like it's the whole process where it's something that an infrastructure from entrepreneurship which help us speed things up. Do you get it?
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm off now. Yeah. Well, nice talking to you all. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, Fossi, talk, brother.
Yeah, man. Oh, I was gonna say something. I forgot now, man. 1 second.
Yeah, someone there. Yeah. No, I'm not suggesting they're free. I'm saying like you could pay them £500, you could pay them £1,000, you could pay £200. Like I never said it was free. This is intellectual property, and I don't think it should be free. I think people, when you pay someone, it's like a spiritual exchange where you're like, oh, I paid for something, I have to get the value out of it. So I know it shouldn't be free, but you can also get free stuff as well online. Isn't it, CD?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say this.
I missed that, Jess. What did you say?
Yeah, Mohammed, what did you say, bro?
So you can get a lot of stuff free.
Yeah, so like, yeah. I'm just saying, put yourself out there with people that are really, really like out there, like entrepreneurs, like people. Like when you start paying £3,000 for a course, that's when you know you're like in the big league, man. You're like, because you're going to be around people who are setting up $10 million companies and stuff. I mean, like it's a different ball game.
Yeah, I was gonna say this whole talk here. I think that's very futuristic. You know, looking in the long term. But we got other things that need to be addressed first, man.
Of course we do, but we can't spend every week talking about the same issues that we've been talking about the last 4 weeks. We spend most speakers' corners is about talking about our problems. They were trying to find solutions, you know.
You're right.
Yeah.
Giaz, go back to what you were saying before. Ozzy said his comments regarding the course that you were mentioning.
The 15K one.
Yeah, the 15K one. What's the success rate?
Oh, that one's very. What do you mean? It's not like that one is not an entrepreneurship.
Well,
that one's more.
When you pay the money, how likely are you going to get? Like you just said, people that pay for the course, there's multi-millionaire companies, right? They start multi-millionaire companies.
Yeah.
What's the success rate?
What do you mean? The average person, if my memory serves me right, the average person got 20K extra per year. But if that's my memory serves me right. My memory serves
from doing that course. From
the neurofeedback. Are you talking about neurofeedback or the
neurofeedback, whatever the hell it is? Yeah.
The neurofeedback. That's like a lot of money. That's like a lot of money because basically you're able to train your brain into being more effective. Because at the end of the day, everything that in this world is all mental. I know it might sound
train your brain.
What's it?
You said train your brain.
Yeah. I'll send you a link to the thing if you guys want to check out.
When you say train the brain, what do you mean? Do you mean as in like improve concentration? What do you mean with improve your brain?
Okay.
Better decision making. What is it?
So the first thing is for like your focus. Like we live in such a world right now where we don't have good focus, and that's the first thing that it does. The second thing is your IQ. So, for example, a lot of the traumas that you have, a lot of the psychological, like that voice in your head where you're doing something that starts talking to you, you learn to shut that voice down. So you become more clear. The third thing is when you start creating these brain waves.
Wait, 1 second. You just said IQ and then you went to trauma, putting into your subconscious. What are you talking about?
No, the reason because when you if you're like one of these people that suffers from like you have a voice like that, the doubty voice.
We all have that voice. Everyone has a voice in there.
No, but what happens is with this process, it makes you control that voice and to turn the volume down of that voice, which in turn lets you to be more free of your initial thoughts. So you don't have that like thing that's holding you back. You will learn to get rid of it, and you're able to get yourself.
But I thought that.
Give me a second. Yeah. Do you know what flow state is?
Flow state.
Yeah.
No. It sounds like Tai Chi.
Okay, you know when you've done something, and you've done it when you've done like work, and you're just in the moment. You're not thinking about anything, and you're just present to the moment. Have you ever experienced that?
Well, I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but if you're talking about being present in the moment, that's what I try to do at times while taking deep breaths, being present, not only like physically but mentally.
No, it's like when you're not distracted at all, and you can go hours on hours.
Yeah, when you're thinking, you're always thinking scenarios, regrets. That's why we all got to be present in the moment mentally, man.
Yeah, you know what this sounds like to me? It sounds like willpower training.
But I like this. You said, this whole, and we're all obviously with this new century, we're all lacking an attention span to a sense, because of all this dopamine rush, being on the internet, we're a perfect example. And then what do you call it? You can't just it sounds like a factory of making humans all into iRobot. You know what I mean? Have you watched iRobot with Will Smith? Bro, come on, man. Where's the how do I say it? The personalities, everyone's different. The diversity, sorry.
I agree with you, but what's happened because of modern technology, we're fucking up our wiring. We're not designed to live in this environment. Our bodies are not designed to live in this environment. We haven't evolved to live in this environment. We haven't evolved to see blue light at 11 o'clock at night. Blue light comes early in the morning, so we're kind of fucked up. And what stuff like neurofeedback training does for you. Anyway, I need to get some water. I'll be back in a second.
All right.
Yeah, man. Drink some coffee too, Jess. Man. No offense, but like this sounds like Wu Train to me. You know when people say stop smoking, here's the steps. I know people that stop smoking without any steps. You don't need to pay all this money to like improve your mental. All you have to do is just have a plan.
Yeah.
You just have to have a plan. Like, say, this is what I'm gonna do, and I'm not gonna divert from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if that works for you, bro, I'm happy for that, man. Like that's good, great for you, bro. I'm happy for you. If you could do that and that works for you, that's really, really good.
But shouldn't we encourage people to have this sort of willpower themselves instead of like telling them that it's not their fault that they're messed up?
You know what? If that works for you, that's a conservative way of dealing with it. If that works for you,
just in general, shouldn't we preach more like, hey, you can change yourself. You don't need all this other stuff.
No, of course. Like you could go sit down, you could focus, you could pray salat every morning, and focus, and then do your dua and pray. And I swear to God, that's basically what I'm saying. But I'm doing it from a secular perspective. So I'm absolutely for that. There's nothing wrong with that, and it's beautiful if you're able to do that. Pray salat every morning, focus, be present to the moment, because when you're praying salat, you're supposed to be present to the moment. Learn how to be present to the moment. I mean, that's basically like 80% of success. If you can learn how to do that and then pray Al Salah and go to these Islamic events and learn how to pray, if they actually teach you those stuff, I mean, that will put you ahead of a lot of people.
Yes, what about the idea of like getting proper sleep, eating good food? Don't you reckon that's going to improve your mental too?
Bro, that's another side to it. Like for me, what the stuff that I'm talking about, I mean, that's like when you got your other stuff together. So like if you're sleeping 4 hours, you want a neurofeedback and you want to put an infrared light in your brain, like I do because I'm a biohacker, that's like you're crazy, because you just go to bed for 6 to 8 hours, have a good night's sleep, because that would be more efficient. But if you're doing all that and then you're going, then you're doing, like, for example, you want to put yourself out there where you're competing with the best in the world. You want the best technology to give you that extra 1%, extra 2%. That's a different ballgame. I just want to say something, yeah? Someone said to me, have you heard of ACN? Please don't go to ACN. ACN's a Christmas tree industry that basically is a pyramid scheme. Please don't go there. It's a waste of time. Go online, learn how to set up businesses, learn how to run programs and structures and strategies, and focus on that. We'll focus on that first. Don't go to stuff like ANC. That's a pyramid scheme.
That's true. But how can you get people to learn and focus on that? How can you get mass people to do that? Don't mind me asking. Get them interested. I'm the young generation. How can you get them interested in this from early?
You know what? That's a really good question, and I would say is the young generations. You have to teach them how to pray, to pray or meditate first. Like you have to teach them how to control their brain, because the young generation, a lot of them suffer from dopamine empty. So every time you go on Instagram, your dopamine level, take a bit of your dopamine is taken away. So when you go on and you try to focus, you can't focus. Your attention span goes down. So for the younger generation, first thing you have to do is to cut out all the social media, apart from long videos and videos that are actually beneficial, but cut out any 30-second videos, cut out shit like that. Start praying, start meditating early morning, and just try to focus and start from, like, for example, be contemplating with the Quran for like 5 minutes and try to make it into a 1 hour practice. If you do that, you're ahead of 99%. You're ahead of rich white kids if you do that, right?
CD, man, what do you think?
No, honestly, I'm a firm believer in individual people, like just knowing what's best for them, sort of thing. You know, I don't think there's any point in encouraging people to do something if they don't want to do it. So yeah, that's my take on it. Like people should know what they want they should know if they're ambitious or not. If you're not ambitious, who's gonna make you ambitious? You know, you should always want more.
Yeah, it comes from oneself.
But you know what I
Exactly.
learned?
Inshallah, no later.
Inshallah, of course. Yeah.
Inshallah, yeah.
But do you know what thing I
Oh,
learned?
yeah?
as well? Yeah. You know what thing I learned? It's like I feel like a lot of young Somali kids that are what you call like drug dealers are really insecure. Like why they're really insecure. A lot of these kids, because they've never been told that they're great, that they're fantastic, that they're wonderful. They have this insecurity about them. And a lot of the problems that we see within the Somali community, in my opinion, comes from this inferior complex, this lack of internal confidence. What's your opinion?
Yeah. I think confidence is key in it. Instilling confidence in someone. I think that is key. Sorry if you don't mind me while I'm coughing. That's mad, innit? Yeah. But confidence is key. Instilling confidence in your child or into someone is key. Having the abilities to say, you know what, I can do something. I'm able to overcome any hurdles and obstacles. And I think that's important. I think that's important. But do you think like that's so rare? Because do you think we implement that in our children too much?
Not
or
enough.
Less? Not enough. I mean, sorry.
Not enough. We need to do more. A lot more.
I disagree, man. I think this is just a very affects only the Western world, bro. Back home, everyone's just, you know, alhamdulillah, they're all very confident. They all, you know, believe in themselves. This is like a Western thing, man, where we're getting sold all these Hollywood
but it's
movies,
about ambition. It's not.
and then
It's nothing to do with confidence,
of
bro.
course, we're all watching TV shows, movies, so and so. We're all getting fed all this information, and then bam, we face the real world, and then we see reality.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with that.
When you live in like when you grow, and Fosi, I don't know your environment where you're growing up. When you live in a council flat, and your mom is not educated, she might be Somalian, but there's not that culture behind it that's protecting you. That's who we're talking about, brother. So let's separate between middle class problems and working class problems. So when you're in a council estate and you don't have anyone to tell you about Somali culture, the only Somali people you see are people that when I came to this country that are being made fun of because they don't know how to speak the language. They smell different. I mean, that's the shit that I experienced when I was growing up.
These obstacles are there for you to overcome them, bro. How many examples are there of Somalis, like you said, that come from a single household? They're out there. They're tough people, bro. They're, you know, wherever they go, wherever the route they come from, they come. You know, they're very confident people. You know, and they believe in what they say. Well, that's what you need. People with chest up, you know, chin out, and being proactive, man. Shouldn't be.
I agree with you. I agree with you. That's not what I'm not denying that. What I'm saying to you, like, how do we get that word across to that council kid who's not like me or you? Because I came from a middle class Somali family. We might not be middle class economic wise, but culturally we were. I wasn't allowed to play with the state kids. They said no, you're not allowed to play with them. And you might people on the chat might think that sounds horrible, but because they didn't want me to become one of them.
Facts, big facts.
Yeah, it does happen. I agree with that. Yes, you do. And then you either you make your own group, or you somehow come to common terms. But that's how it is, man. Not everyone's going to be accepting of you. I know there's examples of you know, even me throughout going through school, you know, obviously what do you call it? Somebody was so and so, but we have to earn our respect, bro. You have to fight. You have to end the gash way. Otherwise, there's going to be some pacifist that doesn't defend himself.
Yeah, but that's not. We wasn't coming from that. We're saying of that the concept of what I was talking about was young.
But I know, but you're saying council. This is what you know.
Crime. Let me finish, please. Who are in crime, who are very insecure.
I don't think so, man. I think this is you're magnifying this, Paul.
I'm not magnifying. I'm talking about a specific group within the Somali community. I'm not saying all Somali people. I'm talking about a young Somali kid who was selling drugs. Who are locked behind.
Trust me, and trust me, any Somali kid that's slinging anything is not. It's not.
No, but what I'm saying to you, they have what you call Fosi. Please, Fosi. What they have is like what's outside, the big, oh, I'm a tough man. But inside, they're insecure little boy who's afraid and who puts a big show on.
Oh no! Now you sound like a shrink.
Maybe I am.
I'm dead.
This is something to be addressed in these one-on-one sessions. You know, when someone wants to you know, whoever is inside, bro. But
Allah, you know what there is for? There's what we call a vote, or what's outside body language and there's sub-communication, which is what's behind. So what people say outside is if you're able to read it and have a good understanding of sub-communication, you can see what's innate inside them. Do you get it? Wow, that's what I'm talking about. So a lot of these kids, when I've been to places with these kids, I've seen a kind of an inferior, almost insecure, lack of understanding their history and culture. That's why I'm so big on culture and history. Even though Muhammad calls me liberal, is because I understood that a lot of the kids of these kids, they never been taught anything about Somali people. They never been taught about their culture. When they came to these estates, they started at the bottom. So when these kids went to a state in St. Raf's, they were there, and their parents, the Caribbeans, would make fun of them. The other Africans would make fun of them because they were fresh straight from the boat. And then they had to act tough. They had to act tough. They had to act tough and be big and be strong and to break that social barrier. What I'm saying is, how do we get those kids and end that cycle where we're like, you know what? Let's instill confidence in our children, so they understand that they came from a country of millions of people, a country that has its own language, its own culture.
I don't think this can be broken. I don't think this can be broken, bro. If wherever there's gonna be, I don't think this is something that should be broken. This is something normal, bro. Whenever you get a new group of immigrants to a place, bro, it's you know what I mean. This is like this normal. You're the new guy, so you know, get picked on, and you have to earn your respect. That's it. You get over it.
Yeah. So someone said, GS has emotional intelligence. That's why he has this insight. Thank you. Feeling the ego. Yeah, I agree with you, bro. I understand where you're coming from. So,
oh, what? It's in the comments. Oh, yeah.
Female, by the way, not a bro.
What'd you say?
Female, not a bro.
Yeah, I didn't get what you were saying, bro.
Yes, there's a reason. There's a reason why a woman said this, bro.
What? Whoa, what are you trying to say, Fuzzy?
I don't know. You take what you want in it.
Fuzzy, what are you trying to say? You can't say what you're trying to say, bro.
Guys, what you say, man? 3 hours? Should we just wrap it up?
Let's give it for 3 minutes.
I'll give it another half an hour. Or last half an hour. Wrap it up for the evening.
Okay, mate. Thanks, Owen.
Yeah, we'll jump on something else later on. Yeah.
Yeah. What did you say? I think we covered it. I think 3 more minutes would be better.
I say, I say another. You say another half an hour. I say debrief, cool down a little bit. I check some.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it.
So Khalid, how have you been up to?
Well, I was working for one company recently. I'm just waiting for it to start back up. The channel Moyan, and that's about it, man.
So what's your plans for Speaker Corner? If you could disclose that with us, or if not,
Somali speakers. You've been saying Speakers Corner all day. Somali speakers.
Sorry, man.
Wallahi, I don't know. I'm just right now. It's just like I said. I'm in the beginning stages.
Hopefully, you don't have COVID-19, man.
No, well, it's a bit of a cold that's coming out. Yeah. I'm just, you know what? Like I said, I'm pacing myself. Well, I believe in pacing yourself. I believe like slow success builds character, fast success builds ego. You know the one. So I'd rather just build up, take my time, and you know, like I say, 2 streams a week, couple of videos, and you know, create awareness. You know how it is. I try and make a difference. You know, that's about it.
You know, your other friend's blowing up.
Who's that?
The guy you were interviewing the other day.
Yes, well, like mashallah, because you know what it is, yeah. I think a lot of people relate to Inspire for Change, and especially like I'm saying,
he's a great storyteller, man. He's a great storyteller, bro.
And I love the fact that now he's a personal trainer that actually trains people the way Dean Tukusan up there. You know them ones. It shows you people are not perfect, and you know what, I kind of I admire that. You know, I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like that's a you know. And like I say, it's always brave enough, you know, when your face is out here as well. It's like putting yourself out there, telling people your stories. And I think that's kind of amazing, but I think that's kind of hard, man. It's difficult.
Yeah, man. No,
Because a lot of people, because you know, when I stopped listening to you, see these people that hide behind, no one sees their faces and their opinions and this, that. That's what it's about, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm waffling on or.
No, you're
I
making
kinda,
good sense, man.
yeah, so I don't know. As a creative, I don't know if I become a creative content maker or I really don't know. I don't really know yet. We're still at early stages.
Yeah. Just there's a good course for internet marketing that
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That's why I wanted to speak to you about, you know, because I've seen as you did marketing. That's something that I need to get into. You get me? That's something that I need to get to. And plus, I had a really good conversation on Instagram Live the other day, innit? And I just started doing that, so that's a bit more interesting. A different type of platform, and it's kind of, I don't know what I just, like I say, we're here to be a voice for the voiceless. Any issues, any type of conversations. Wednesdays is topics. Saturdays is open mic, and that's about it, really.
Yeah, definitely, man.
Yeah, GS.
Just keep consistent, and you know, what's your tips though on recovery? Let's talk about recovery, lads. Have you spoke about recovery? Can people recover? Just like an amazing tale as what's his name? You know, Inspire for Change. You guys think about that?
Yeah, I think people can recover, and I think it's easier for, and I'm not trying to be sexist, but I think it's easier for men to recover than it is for women. But I think
with what though? What are you doing? With what? Recover from what?
Everything. I think society will, when females go extreme, it's hard for a female to get back into our community. But for some reason, when it comes to men are a lot more easier. Maybe because there's more men and that taboo has been changed, and there's not as much females that are.
Maybe.
Yeah, that could probably explain why it is. But I feel like the recovery is something that's within all of us, and I feel like in the Somali community we could be doing a better job. But you know what? We always talk about the negative aspect. We're brilliant, but we want to sort of find solutions to our problems. But I understand why everyone in the chat says that sometimes we go a bit always talking about negative. We're not talking about negative. We're just having discussions.
Actually, this was more positive today. Actually, you know, we were talking about picking yourself up, how to deal with failures, career paths. You actually meant you to start questioning me. I'd also like to question you, GS, if you don't mind, after the stream.
Go ahead.
No, after the stream, not on the. You said not on the stream.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, but yeah, we've been talking about positive stuff, like, you know, all day. I think earlier we was talking about mentors. Before that, we were always talking about. We talked about a lot of things, man. I can't remember all of it, but yeah, it's been positive. And this month, Khalid said it's going to keep it positive, so I hope we continue that way. Enough.
Yeah. Fosi, what about you, brother? What's your thing, brother? Fosi.
Yo, bro, sorry, I wasn't listening. Sorry.
What's your story, bro? What do you do? What's your thing?
Well, so far I got no story, bro. It's a blank page, mate.
How old are you?
Me? That's another blank page, bro.
Are you under 30?
That's a blank page, bro.
Okay, no worries.
Why are you saying blank page? Just say I don't want to give it out.
Officer GS, I am innocent.
You're innocent, yeah. So like, where do you see yourself? Like, do you have like a career path that you're really into?
No, there's nothing I'm too passionate about.
Arta, Fosi, did you check out that thing I sent you? You said you subscribed to the guy.
Well, I still got it, but I haven't watched them online, man.
Bro, watch it. I'm being serious. This internet marketing thing, wallahi, is serious, bro. It's serious. People are making money, bro.
I know. I'll check it out, wallahi. That's interesting, man.
Yeah, they are making money. There is an opportunity. I wouldn't say that you can make 100,000 in 6 months. I think that's very difficult to do. That's extreme.
A lot of people have done it, GS. Wallahi, a lot of people have done it.
I always say, when it comes to stuff like this, make your first 2,000. Listen,
get your first client. That's the first thing, innit? That's really it.
If you make more than £6,000 in London a month, you're
living, bro. You're living, bro. Yeah, exactly. But we don't want to stop there, do we? You know how you said billionaire? Wallahi, the sky's the limit, bro.
Of course not, man. Of course not. No. I wouldn't say that. But I would say that what we need to do is we need to ask Mohammed some tough questions. Mohammed, are you an engineer, brother? I get the feeling that you're an engineer.
IT security, yeah, go ahead.
IT security. What's that like? Online security.
What do you mean by that? Online security?
Did you do like security, online security, like
It's cybersecurity, bro.
cyber security?
Yeah.
So like IT, what do you think? What's the business there? How is it?
It's changing fast. So yeah, that's one of the big problems I have with IT. You have to keep on expanding your knowledge.
Yeah, you used to go do a neurofeedback session.
Right?
You should do a
This guy's
neurofeedback
laughter,
session.
man. He laughs at things that aren't even funny. What's so funny about that?
No, because I was winding him up. That's why. You should go do neurofeedback.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah. You didn't get
Bro,
it.
that was mad. He just laughed out of nowhere, bro. I was
Yeah,
bored.
that's why I was.
Yeah, genius, man. What other questions do you have for me?
Like, what would your advice be to a 60-year-old? Like, if you to a 60-year-old brother or 80-year-old brother who's in the West, what would your advice be to him?
First of all, I would have to speak to his parents. First of all, I'd have to tell his parents to stop the old Somali ways of like my way or the highway, because a lot of kids nowadays they rebel from the parents. So I have to first of all start with the parents, and if I speak to the child, I will tell the child that there's going to be a lot of peer pressure. But remember, your family didn't come to this country for you to be an idiot. Work hard, do your job, and be a good representative of your family.
That's poetic. Simple but poetic.
No, but it's a big point, though, isn't it? Like the parents,
That's their
like
parents.
it's yeah.
Because I've seen a lot of parents where they're very harsh with their children. They give them no leeway, no space, and then the kids rebel, and then they end up leaving the house, and then it ends up causing tension where the child doesn't even care about education anymore. He just wants to live his life and do what he wants. Yeah, that's a huge problem in the community.
Yeah, that's true. So true, man. That is so true. And the only thing I could say is, if you're that kid, education is not school. Education is different from school. Education is something that you always need, something you always re-educate yourself. It's your ability to process information. So don't regard education as school. You reading a book, reading 100 books, is as good as you spending a year at school, because you're going to learn all that stuff, and even more. Am I right or wrong there?
Yeah, that's true. Education is not just school, yeah.
Yeah. And also understand that the different levels of education, like the different levels of learning. So when you first start something, if I remember saying there's 4 processes. When you first start something, it's going to be difficult, but stick to it, because then you start getting competitive. Like you learning to a decent.
Complacent.
No, you learn what competitive. My speech impairment got to me there again.
Competitive.
You learn like you learn to a certain level, and then afterwards you get better, and then afterwards you don't have to. You do something without even learning. So like there's you learn without thinking. You just become truly flow state, and you're just processing something, and you don't even thinking about it, because you know about it so much.
Salam Ali. Yo, GS, you know what you should do, bro? Well, like, yeah, because you sound like a guru, bro. Just why don't you take a trip to what do you call it, Malaysia or Indonesia, and see how the brothers are there, man. You know, get into that little spirit, that guru spirit.
Guru spirit.
That guru spirit, bro.
Why do you say that?
What do you want to say that, man? Because you told me everything about you in it so far. That's how I'm getting the vibes. Have you thought about doing that?
To do what? Like going to Malaysia?
Yeah, them sides there, flipping Thailand, Bahas, and checking out those temples.
Like, what way?
What do you mean, what way? Because all that whole Buddhist, you know, that whole meditation, that whole vibe, man.
I'm not a fan of. I'll be honest. I'm going to be quite controversial. I'm not a fan of like Buddhism. Like I prefer like traditional Sufi thinking.
Have you looked into? I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I haven't looked into Buddhism in it, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
All I know is that Buddhism, it's not really. I think there's no God. This is about oneself or something. So
Yeah,
all your inner
I'm
things.
not a fan of that. I'm not. To be honest with you, I've read and studied Buddhism.
Yeah.
For me, it's not my. I don't get the same level that I get from traditional.
So what's pushing you into this whole Sufism? Is it because of globalism, because of materialism? Do you think it's because of that? And you just snapped out?
No, I think it was because of for me, as a young kid, I was one of these kids that would just like when I was 16 years old, I would come to school and ask, "What's the meaning of life?" That's how different I was. That's me as a 16-year-old kid.
YouTube group.
Yo, Khalid.
Khalid. Oh no.
Khalid, bro, Khalid. Yeah.
And you know that guy, that was who I recognized his voice from 6 to 8 years ago. There's another brother.
Yo, Khalid.
People out here recognize his voices and that. Well done.
Yo, Khalid, bro. Yo, Waiko.
Yeah.
Hello? You don't hear me again?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. What are you watching, man? Yeah, what are you watching?
I'm just listening to some madness, man. People complaining about the channel again.
Well, I'm hearing people recognizing voices, man.
Oh, smart. Someone just sent me something. And you know what? Can I address an issue? I just don't get why some people are just so mad at people having conversations. I just don't get it.
Why? Tell us what the story is, man.
I don't know. Our channel, this is going on. I'm not even interested now. Sorry about that.
Khalid, do you know why that is? I explain to you why that is.
Yeah, nah, it's just forget it.
I'll explain to you, bro. Let me explain to you
why.
No,
I don't even want GG. I don't even want to get into it. Well, you know what it is? Like I say to everyone, people need to start. I am here to have conversations. I don't control people. I've got a kasabaha. And what I find amazing, why can't people free themselves from Somali speakers? You don't like it, you don't understand it. Why don't you free yourself from us?
It's childish behavior, bro. You shouldn't pay any attention to that.
I'm not even there. Right now,
they're not on your level, bro. They're not on your level. Listen, you need to keep moving forward, just like the bro from Inspire for Change or Alive, bro. Because in this journey, bro, not everyone's your friend.
I know, this is what I'm saying. Who is nationalism? I don't even know. Fuck, Somali nationalism. I love you too. This is funny. I love you. No, but what is people like I'm saying? I just don't understand. But you know what it is.
Well,
and it's even all these people. All these people that are playing passive in the middle. It's like, bro, I don't care about people's opinions. No one's ilahi. If I'm getting into Dembi, I'm getting into Dembi. Ilahi, I want to get Dembi daf. Ilahi, I'll talk to Dembi go the daf for. Yeah, man, you know the ones, and that's about it with people. But let's carry on. Yeah. We had a good topic.
Yeah. So Fosi, my problem with Buddhism, and I've studied Buddhism. Actually, studied a lot of religion. But my problem is I feel like a lot of Somali people.
So you was in secondary school going up to your RE teacher talking about philosophy, yeah?
Yeah. I used to go to school. What's the meaning of life?
I wasn't.
Majority of us wasn't.
I feel like this.
Bro, philosophy is interesting, isn't it, bro? Come on.
Okay.
I'm not taking away from it. I'm not taking away from it. But I'm saying is some people are in it from early, and some people acquire it late in life. Not everyone's the same, bro.
Yeah. For me, I just.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Just give me a second, guys. I just want to talk about Buddhism because I feel like Buddhism is something that's regarded as some sort of mysterious, cool, kind of hippie thing by the West, and a spiritual way of being a certain way. I feel like with me, when you look at classical Sufism, like people like Imam al-Ghazali, Rumi, Ibn Arabi, all these great Islamic thinkers, they were doing it from the Sunnah and the Quran. The idea when I talk to people about the purification of the heart, it comes from the Quran, which is the idea of purifying your heart. So, guys, when you stuff like Buddhism, while it's cool for some people, I don't get tricked by the fancy stuff. We have a tradition within our own religion, with our own culture, within our own heritage, which is Tasawwuf, and you go extreme Tasawwuf or you go medium.
Sorry, guys. I am Stacks here. I beg you, jump on, GG, jump on. I want to chat to M Stacks. I'm gonna put the link out there. I want this brother to come on. Because it's mad. Someone just sent me some mad WhatsApp.
What did he say? Too many kufr taking over. What does that mean?
Taking over. I want to understand this. I want to have this conversation with the brother. Come on. Don't be shy, man.
Can you call us kufr? I don't understand.
Apparently, this, that.
M-Stacks, I thought he calmed down, you know. I thought he calmed down. What the hell is this, M-Stacks?
You know what it is? Why I don't understand about certain people? People obsessed with this YouTube life. What I don't get, and I've been saying this for the last couple of months, ever since I jumped to the live stream, I said, bro, I'm here to have conversation, dialogue with people. If you don't like it, free yourself on the channel. It's very easy. Like I said to a lot of people, forget all of this. If we don't understand each other, you don't like something, why don't you free yourself? That makes a lot of sense to me. I just thought it's amazing. But then again, people are entitled to their opinions. This is YouTube, so it's part and parcel, isn't it? Really, don't you think so? I might have to do a whole program about how people are addicted to this channel, online streaming. I don't get
it. So what they doing to you, Khalid? Man? You know what it is, Khalid? It's because in the Somali community, we have this weird thing where we know like there's Granists, we know there's atheists, we know there's liberals, then we know there's radicals. And what Somali Speaker does is bring all of them all together in a big spaghetti and say, you know what? Fight it out.
It's not about fight it out, no. It's just like,
I mean, like debate it out. Like this way we have so many different viewpoints.
At the end of the day, the same people are addicted. Now, what it is, the same people are addicted to the channel. So I get it. It gets to a situation where it's like, okay, I understand your point of view, but if you don't like something, right now, if I don't like a channel, I don't like what someone's saying, I don't have to listen to it. I don't have to be around it. I don't need to be around it. I don't need to push my genders on anyone. It's like, all right, cool. Well, I love my boy Stacks though, because it's very weird. He's the type of brother who will phone me and say, K, he knows this as well, innit? And you know you got a show on. Come on, my nigga, wake up. But at the same time, to me, it's like, oh, excuse man, come on, man. But then again, it's like, how I see it is, this group of brothers and sisters, I don't know, it's like, this online stream platform, I'm using Somali speakers as a whole different ballgame. Yeah, I've seen how this live stream world is, yeah. And this channel's trying to change things around, you know that? And I think the old school people that used to do a certain type of platform, they don't understand. I just don't get it.
Why don't they start their own channel?
They got their own channel. But their channel is too busy talking about our channel. So it's kind of weird. To me, it's beyond this. So it's like, all right, cool, bro. I love you guys, innit? Yeah, but it's you guys do your thing. I know free yourself. But I love speaking. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think one of these brothers is a very intelligent brother. When he's not on this, you know what I want. I like CD. Yo.
Yeah.
You'll be surprised, but then again, it is people's like a certain selected people's opinions. So really, truthfully, they can't really.
Oh, like M-Stacks, he's been proper calm lately, man. So yo, jump on M-Stacks, man.
Oh no, man, come through M-Stacks, because I really want to have this.
Logical issues.
No.
And by the way, GS, bro, please join the hangout so we can talk more in private, bro. Because just now, for example, when I
you want to question you.
You're basically just you're not even scratching at surface level, bro.
About what?
That's I don't like talking about this stuff because I'm not gonna be able to do when I just asked you about with this and bam, you went straight back to Sawafi was, bro. So bam, bro, you know what I mean?
No, but you asked me about Buddhism.
I asked you about A and you pointed to B. That's what you did right now. So join the hangouts. We can have. I'm not trying to talk about in general, but
you asked me about Buddhism. You said why would I go to China?
Jump on the hangout so we can talk more, man.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But you asked me a question, and I told you why I wouldn't be interested in Buddhism. I gave you like an answer for that.
I know, but you said he studied, and then bam, you went straight to a B. That's
GS. Don't run away at the end of the streaming. We'll give you the link for the thing. I want to not talk to you. Sorry, I want to question. Ask you questions like you questioned me earlier.
Oh, that's fine. We'll have that discussion.
Yeah, CD's only lately.
Huh?
I said you're on it lately. I don't know what you're on, man. LSD or mushrooms or something. I don't know.
No, not about that, man. Relax. Not about that. I'm talking about the marketing thing, innit?
Guys, where you go?
I'm playing.
Our last 10 minutes anyway, man. We're gonna wrap it up. Our last 10 minutes.
So, yeah.
Yeah, let's spice up for the last 10 minutes, man. Listen, let's you know when you need a treadmill, and then you're just about to come off and you do the last sprint. You do the last.
The last 10 minutes, like I said to a lot of people, if anyone felt hurt or anyone feels offended, let's say Ilahi on Asama, khair bon skogna, but I'm done with that. So I'm done with that going around in circles with a lot of people. It's live your lives now, innit? I like guys. What does this word mean? I free myself. What does that mean from someone? It means I free myself, innit? I never get in it.
That's their language, innit? Who even says that today? Who even speaks like that?
No, bro.
I'm keeping my opinion to myself. I have a very valid opinion.
I think it's best. No, but wallah, khair bon skogna, wallah. It's yeah.
Yeah.
But it's kind of the annoying side, you know. I bet you any other YouTubers, they don't have the same sort of craziness. You say this is obsession, fanboy obsession, because half these people, no one sees their faces. No one knows what their faces look like. They've been hiding for years, and all they do is For me, it's just it gets to a situation where I think to myself, wow.
Bro, you're the only.
No, but you know, specific people like M-Stacks, he needs to pick a side, bro.
It's not about picking sides, I think, innit? I think it's look, we all know, let's be honest, innit? Yeah? We all grew up, we live in the UK majority. We know brothers and sisters, innit? Brothers and sisters that are really about their deen or in the message, they're not even about these channels. They don't have time for this.
Yeah.
This is beyond bitchiness and and I'm like, wow, it's like, all right, grown ass man, women, and I'm thinking to myself, stick to your topics, do something. That's why I implemented a rule, channel out, I don't like speaking about other channels. Because you see in this YouTube world, if you guys were actually knew what's going on here, you think, raw. It's disgusting out there, isn't it?
Would you say there's more than 5?
No, there's about a couple of channels in it, yeah. There's some or Gala, some are Muslims, but it's like half the channels all revolve around the same bullshit topics. Same share, this person said this and this person is the same panelist. With us,
like a housewife. It's called the housewife of Atlanta, man.
Yeah, and with us, yeah, that was super Korea all the time, get new panelists. It is baffling that can it. You know where I'm coming from? That's how I see it, innit, yeah. And it's man's introduced the game, and you know, I kind of blame myself and Speaker's Corner as well, because people think Speaker's Corner is some religious battleground, and they carry this energy everywhere. You get where I'm coming from?
No, but you learn from that.
You get to a subject where you can't talk about nothing else but deen. Come on, cool, let's talk about something else, innit? Maybe we don't understand each other as Bilal Adam, you know, and that's about it, bro. Like, to me, it's a joke, like. But then again, is it Somali on school Is it that thing?
Yeah, well, school my way in, and they have nothing else to do, bro.
But do you
side question. Side question. I saw majority Muslim or majority Christian. Muslim, like 99.9.
I would say 60% of the country, no, 40% is like really, really practicing. Another 30 to 40% are practicing, but not like 100%. And I would say around 10-15% are what you call secular. They're culturally Muslim, but they're not really like into it. They don't pray on.
Yes, my bro. Did you just hear what he said?
For me, what happened to Lakum Deen Kumalidi? You do your thing. Where's this? Where is that? Where? That's Somali funny. I look at certain people like. So for me, it's like it's online culture. This is not deen to me. Deen is like, yeah, what that's cool. We're gonna speak about deen. Go speak about deen. Melhal. What did Hussein say? Like Hussein said, there's 100 million da'wah channels out there. A deen you belaya card liquor. Why do you go find someone where do you fit in? Unless that's what I feel like. And I think that's where it stems to, the whole conversation with that. It's like, okay, so my fam, we're not, okay, so Mali Bani, but what else? Like, all right, cool, Muslim, all right. What else? Maybe we just don't understand each other, innit? Or is it the growth? I don't know. I just realized.
Khalid, what we
I
talking
feel
about
like
today?
I just do videos all day long and just not even talk to none of these tricks, innit?
Guys, I got a question for you, Khalid. But tonight, we had probably one of the most
Yeah, we had a good discussion
episode
tonight.
where we were talking about stuff that was not about religion, but it was all about, it was nothing to do with religion, but it was all about intellectual discussions about things that we could implement in the country to make the country better.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting, that's what and it's like, bro, fam, what's wrong with you? So maybe people need to start looking at their psyche and say, you know what, cool.
Hey, Boba needs to jump on, Boba needs to jump on, man.
I don't know, he or she's always shook. But for me, it's come to a stage where, it's only 6'5", we'll get about you know what I mean? So you lot do me good deeds. That's what it is, wallah. And the khair bon scoring to you guys. You know what I mean? People have, wallah, that's what it is. People have so much. I feel like this is the problem with a lot of people, like, especially the people that hide their faces that no one sees. You could propagate, spit anything you want, any bullshit, but like real life, we all know you're not like this.
Oh, Khalid, this whole reaction of yours, that's what they want, bro.
That's reaction.
That's what they want. They know it's gonna. It's like throwing a grenade. It's like throwing a grenade, and they know they're causing disruption in some way. You know what I mean? That's the whole online thing, bro. It's full of trolls. You got.
That's what it is. No, but you know what it is? This is why I say, you know what? This alhamdulillah, like I've always said, we're not perfect. We're on a learning curve, and this maybe is past stage 2 of okay, let's close these people's voices. Man, don't even need to ring them because I got to a stage where I said, no, that's another thing. Fuck that one. But makes me interested, wallah. And you know the worst one? Their own people that chill with them send me messages like, yo, hey, go halal, and it's like, bro, is it like, okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? Okay, your own people in your own camp. And that's when I said, wallah, this YouTube thing, the deen to kuwa shit, is disgusting, bro. You know what I mean?
No, you need to set up some barriers, bro. You need to set up. Listen, unless you know them properly, don't surround yourself with them, bro. Maybe you need to separate Somali speakers from,
Not even that, family. So I'm not even gonna. It's just cough, man. Like we see where it's guys, it's like, Salaam alaikum. You free yourself from me. You don't even need to chat to me. Jazakallah, you lot do your thing, innit? And that's what
Cheers, Luis.
What were you gonna say, Fosi?
I was gonna say, what are you saying?
Last 3 minutes.
You're gonna join on the hangout, yeah?
After the stream goes off, put the link in the chat. I definitely.
But anyway, like I
want
said,
to speak.
people, like we're ending in 3 minutes. Khair bon skogna. Yeah, I'm coming from to my people. I love him. I ain't a part person. I love him. I ain't gonna sleep over this. You know what I mean?
You need to get Mohammed a wife. Mohammed, you need to get Mohammed a wife.
Well, why are you speaking about the brother like that?
I'm just joking. This is a joke, bro. It's a joke.
Oh my god.
I feel every man needs a wife, innit?
Lie, we all need to, bro.
I think that's the mushkila you see with a lot of these people online as well, innit? Because they don't have like lifetime partners, or they're not maybe in a relationship. So we entered a realm, my Somali brothers and sisters around the world, where there's some really weird stuff. So we have to run to I hope I'm gonna get to not come on. I don't him much because I'm gonna go to sleep real easy after I switch off this. Probably chill out with the man, bust a couple of jokes, and we're back on the open mic, innit? Real talk, and I wish everyone like I don't him khair balastog. Well, I
know. You need to get that guy a wife, man.
Yeah, my older brothers, don't watch that, man, and all the sisters as well. So yeah, but I recommend you to Musmash. I don't even want none of you guys Dendi. Apparently, I'm doing too much Dendi anyway. So Ilahi Ya Rabbi Ya Rahman forgives. Ya Rabbi Ya Rahman forgives. No one else. So you could point fingers at me, but I'm not even gonna point fingers at you lot. I'm gonna wish you lot best success. I hope you lot's thing goes well. Hope you lot have interesting topics. Apart from Khalid did this, Khalid did that. I would personally get bored of speaking about someone. Would you?
Obviously, yeah.
Imagine you do your own stream and you just speak about someone else. It's like, ain't that a bit? You know, come on.
Fucking read a book,
That's a
man.
fun.
Read a book.
Is it final session? Is it final session? Because that's what I might be thinking. I don't know.
It's questionable now. It's definitely an obsession at this point.
Do you think I affect people's lives now? Because I must. If you're thinking about me 24/7, I'm living your head rent free. Fucking hell. It's YouTube smart. But anyway, like we were saying, SS, we're back. Yo, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa nagi wa yagi. هدينا فهمنا دون هدينا نبرنا برنا. Peace, yeah.
Peace. Yes, don't jump off.